When I was a kid, probably about 10, I had a bunk bed that was directly beneath the attic entrance. It was a house built in 1914. After the family who built it was gone, my ancestors moved in and owned the house since the late 30s and 40s. There was a lot of paranormal shit that happened growing up in that house. Too much of a list for people to want to read, but one event stands out the most. That attic entrance was just a wooden panel. No fancy staircase or ladder that dropped down. A very small panel. I was always curious about what was in the attic, so I got on my bunk bed and looked through the crack. Inside, I saw a whole room that didn't exist. This was an old attic that wasn't strong enough to hold anything to store because it would break the ceiling. I saw bright, sunlit windows that weren't there, with curtains that were wiggling and flowing from an air source. There was also a bed with what looked like a curly, fancy Victorian canopy frame. I was drawn to look at the bed and started following the frame to the ceiling. There was a long pole on the headboard that was unnecessarily tall, and I couldn't see the top. So I adjusted the wood panel and started to slowly follow the pole upwards. I got really afraid and instinctively felt like I shouldn't see what was at the top of that pole. I also had this instinct that there was a person in the attic, and they were near the top of that pole, and I didn't want to see them. I ran downstairs to my parents and asked them to check the attic because of what I saw. I know it wasn't a dream because my parents remember me running to them and telling them what I saw. I also intentionally climbed onto the bed to look in the attic rather than having been asleep. Any kind of folklore explanation for this? Matrix glitch? When I was little, about 4, my parents had moved us out of a townhouse and into a 3-bedroom house. It was dirt cheap due to being a foreclosure, and the bank that had foreclosed on it just wanted to sell the thing. My parents snapped it up, loving the neighbourhood, and that the house was across the street from the primary school my older sister and I would be attending. It also had a lovely view of a branch of a major river in the area in the backyard. Looking back on it, it sounds like the beginning of many haunting movies. The day my parents had gotten the key to the house and the papers saying they officially owned it, they'd gone in for a final inspection before bringing me and my sister into the house. Everything was in order until they got to the stairs leading to the attic. On the middle step leading up was a dead rat, laid out in a perfect straight line, almost like somebody had placed it there. My mom got concerned because rats, and my dad brushed it off as something he'll tackle and take care of. So we move in. Almost immediately, my sister and I start hearing a voice in our closet at night, but we can't make out what it's saying. Some nights it sounds like it's humming, others whispers, and anytime we hear it, we flee our room to sleep in the living room. My mom worked nights while my dad worked days, guaranteeing someone was home to watch the kids. My grandma came by during the days to let my mom sleep. Grandma knew we didn't like our room because of the closet, so when she spent the night, she let us stay in the guest room with her. Now, the doors leading to the laundry room, where the stairs to the attic were super heavy and jammed with remarkable ease. My dad had to body slam the doors to get them to open, and my sister and I had no hope of ever opening the doors. We were too small. My mom came home one morning from work, and as per her routine, checked on me and my sister in our room. Only, I wasn't in bed. So she checks hers and my dad's room. I'm still not there. She's panicking and checking all the rooms, and I'm not there. She's ready to call the cops, then suddenly hears me screaming and crying. It's coming from the attic. She body slams her way into the stairs room and rips the attic door open, and finds me hysterically crying. Mom's had enough and resolved to move us out. When we finally moved out, my dad chose to stay, and my parents eventually divorced. So my sister and I still had to go back to the house every other weekend. But upon leaving the house, my mom puts in a hard inquiry into the house history and finds that the bank neglected to inform my parents that a woman had been raped and murdered in the house, and a body was found in the attic, above where my bedroom closet was. My mom is still livid about it to this day, over 20 years later. The house I spent my growing up years in was mostly nice. Just in the way that we didn't have any dead rats laid out on our steps upon moving in like our previously owned house. No horrible house history my mom could dig up. We moved in years after moving out of our haunted house, and in the in-between years lived rather uneventfully in a rental. We moved into the new house the year I turned 8. At this point, it was no longer just me and my older sister. I now had a younger sister too. When we moved into the house, we each claimed a bedroom. My older sister, 10, took the biggest room. I took the middle, and my younger sister, around 2 or 3, took the room at the end of the hall by the bathroom. We thought it was a pretty sweet gig. We each got our own space. Until our first morning in the house, after sleeping in the house. My older sister and I go to the living room to find my younger sister on the couch. Something had spooked her in the night and she felt more comfortable on the couch. Her dad was confused, as my sister was not a very spookable toddler, but something scared her badly enough to flee her room. My mom remembers the old house and isn't forcing my sister to stay in her room. If she's that uncomfortable, she can share a room with me or my older sister. Everyone agrees. Years pass. My younger sister tries multiple times to brave her room at night, but she always feels watched. Specifically, like whatever is watching her is watching from the closet. So she full-on barricaded her closet shut, but it didn't help. Her handiwork was always moved by the morning. I even woke up a few times at 3 a.m. to the sound of heavy objects moving, followed by the panicked pitter-patter of my sister fleeing to my room. I always let her stay in my room if she wanted. I remember the old house. More years pass, and my mom gets a new boyfriend, and along comes my baby brother. I'm 12 by then, younger sister 6, and she jumps at the chance to give her room to the baby. Except even my brother is scared of his new room from the get-go. He won't fall asleep in there, and instead screams until carried out. He won't stay asleep in there either, and wakes within minutes to resume shrieking. From the instant he could walk, he'd climbed out of his crib, fled his room, and rested in the living room. My older sister and I would give up on our late-night gaming because our brother would escape his room and seek out comfort of the couch, and we didn't want to keep taking him back up to that room. It was giving us weird vibes, and we actually avoided going in ourselves. We always felt watched, like whatever was watching us wanted to do us harm. If our brother did sleep the entire night in the room, he always woke with a bruise. We stopped asking him to stay in there. We let him claim the couch. We're out of that house now too, and my brother still fears closets. Myself and my siblings all still fear closets. It was summer of 2017, and I was at one of my best friend Ed's house. His family and my family linked up a lot due to how close our families are with one another. But anyways, I want to say it was mid-July, shortly after my birthday. We were going to have a little fire in the yard and have a few beers. It started raining, and rained for a couple of hours. It stopped raining, and I was getting ready to go home, but something made a weird noise outside. So Ed, his son Craig, and myself went outside to see what it was. We found nothing out of the ordinary. We went inside, and I looked at the garage can lid, and I saw a handprint, a huge one. It had long nails and everything. It kind of freaked us out. So we kept looking around and saw something. We all saw the same thing. The door to the abandoned house next door opens. Not a creep, but not real fast either. So we all looked at each other and decided whatever it was that wanted us to go in there. We grabbed better flashlights and some ghost hunting equipment we had. We wanted to get into ghost hunting anyways. Our first ghost hunt, cool, let's go. Craig went in first and was pushed against the wall in the living room and couldn't move. It took Ed, Ethan, Craig's friend, and myself to pull him off the wall. We shook it off and started asking questions and using our EVP recorder. We didn't really catch much, nothing to excite us, so we started recording in night vision, and I went to the far bedroom. I was recording, asking questions, and doing whatever else ghost hunters do, looking for evidence of them. I turned to look in the closet of the room, and I saw what looked like a witch, or something disguising itself as one. I panicked and ran out of the room to get Ed. Whatever it was knew a little too much about Ed's father, who had passed away some years ago. We were all scared at this point in time, so we wrap up and I go to leave. I was the last one leaving the house, just to make sure everything was closed up, even though it was abandoned. We went into the side out through the kitchen, so that's where we were exiting from, and I got shoved out the house so hard, I ended up hitting the ground on the way out the door. That's not even the worst part. After that, there was a time period of probably 35 or 40 minutes that I can't recall anything from. I still don't know what happened within that time, but when I came to, I was puking out what looked and felt like black tar. One of the scariest moments of my life. I went into that house 3 times after, and there was absolutely nothing there like there was the first time I went in. So back in 2011 to 2013, I worked at a college in Youngstown, Ohio, called YSU, Youngstown State University. This happened over a course of 2 nights, and it's roughly August 2012. The first night I had a dream of a little girl wearing a white and blue dress. I would say it was an 1800s style dress. I had a horrible nightmare about something that had happened when I was young, not going into details about it. Anyways, after I woke up, I was already shook from the dream. I ended up falling right back to sleep. I had seen this girl in my dream, and she had an extremely evil laugh. I still haven't forgotten the sound of it, and I never will. I wake up the next day, everything was normal. I had taken a picture with my girlfriend at the time, my niece. I was holding my nephew, because he was still a baby, and in the background of the picture, a huge towering shadow figure with red eyes. Of course, over 8 years or so, before I had an Android or iPhone, I lost the picture. I tried looking for it on Facebook and I couldn't find it. Back to the story. I was weirded out, obviously, but shrugged it off. It's now 8:30 and I'm getting to the Lincoln building to make sure everything was cleaned and locked up. That building was supposedly haunted, but I never saw nor heard anything until this night, in 2 years of working in that building. I get to the 4th floor, everything goes as planned. I get down to the 3rd floor, unlock the door to the computer room, and I see the same little girl that I saw in my dream the previous tonight. Needless to say, I was scared as fuck, and I literally ran through the rest of the rooms, making sure they were locked up. After 5 minutes or so, I reached the first door. I rushed to get the doors locked. Mind you, I'm shaking scared. Also, the only person in the building, out of nowhere, as I'm locked up in the last classroom, or I hear, "I'm sorry," in a little girl's voice. And that was literally the end of that. I haven't seen or heard that little girl in a dream since, and it's the same as that shadow man. Weird as fuck, right? Let me know what you think it was, and what it was about. My sister-in-law wanted my wife and I to go to a karaoke bar to meet a new boyfriend. We were a little reluctant, because we'd never done it before and it seemed silly. Anyway, it was a hole-in-the-wall run-down joint that had been around for about 30 years at that time, the early 2000s. The place was lined with old law books, broken neon signs, and tattered chairs and tables. However, the crowd was friendly, and it was a fun time overall. After a few years of going to this bar, the owner, Lou, informs me that her karaoke DJ is going to prison for murder. And could I take his place? Keep the singers in order and play the music from 9 PM to 2 AM? It paid $60 per night, plus tips. I agreed, and began working there the next day. It was fun, except for the rude drunks and Bubba. The first night I was in the DJ booth and in the middle of a song, a whiskey glass on the table next to my station whizzed off the table by itself and hit the bookshelves at high velocity and smashed into a million pieces. I had witnessed weird stuff in the past because my parents were into seances and witchcraft, but nothing so dramatic. I turned to a long-time customer, Chip, and asked him if he saw that, and he said, "Yep, that's Bubba." I got busy and didn't think much about it until the next day. We had a staff meeting with the boss at noon before we opened. It was just a basic meeting, going over duties and planning the Christmas party. At the end, I asked Lou about Bubba. She got a weird look on her face and asked how I knew about that. I told her about the whiskey glass and what Chip had said. Lou proceeded to tell us the story of Bubba. In the late 70s, there was a trucker named Bubba, a big hairy guy, that would come in every 3 weeks or so at the end of his routes and have a few drinks at the bar. In fact, he always sat right there and pointed to the seat next to me. Bubba loved to have a cigar with his whiskey and one day was lighting one up. The cigar had gotten dry and part of the ember broke off and set his enormous beard on fire. Bubba was trying to put it out by slapping at it, but the fire was getting out of hand. The barmaid was mixing a drink at the time, and she had a shaker full of rum that she threw on Bubba's face. This proceeded to turn Bubba into an inferno, and he subsequently died. The barmaid didn't realise how flammable rum was. From that point on, Bubba haunted the bar. The rest of the staff were nonchalant about it. However, when I started working there, things got really weird. One night at 2 a.m, we closed down, locked all the doors, cleaned up, restocked the bar, and went into the office to count the money and do the payouts. It was just me and the bartender. The place was small, the doors were locked, and an alarm was set. We finished around 3 a.m, opened the office door, and all of the liquor bottles from behind the bar were arranged by size on the long table by the stage. All of them. Even the back stock from beneath the counters. We were kind of in shock, not believing our eyes. The bartender said, "Must be Bubba." It took us another hour to put all the bottles back. A few months later, the same situation happened, but this time, when we left the office, every chair was turned upside down. Then during the day shift, the bartender on duty called my house in a panic, saying that all the decorative law books were flying off the shelves and other items were being violently flung around the place. I drove over and helped her clean up the mess. She quit that same day. I quit a few months later. The bar changed owners and was revamped. Not sure if Bubba is still there, up to his old tricks. I think I'm being haunted, and I don't know what to do. I moved into an old farmhouse a few years ago, about 7 years. There's a little cemetery in the front yard with about 6 gravestones, I think. It's hard to tell. My mom never has cleaned it up, and they've been dead for over 100 years or so. But in the beginning, before fully moving in, doorknobs would jiggle, only upstairs. Doors would close upstairs while we were talking in the kitchen downstairs. We just brushed it off and assumed it was because of the air coming on, or the air coming through a cracked window, pushing a door shut. We all wake up with scratches and bruises on our legs, back, arms, stomach, chest, wherever. But I'm the most affected out of everyone. I've woken up with scratches in the form of a smiley face. I've had the exact same dream, but with slight differences, involving some kind of demon. And I think I might have brought something into my house playing with Ouija boards when I was younger. When we first moved into the house, I was scared like a normal kid would be of the dark and things, but I'd see dark shadows, dark blob-like figures moving at night in the darkness in my room. I picked my room because I had a hospital bed in it and the door was bolted shut. I was super into creepy stuff and supernatural things. A week after moving in, my mom had to get cable set up and a guy came over. He did the usual stuff, but then he had to move to the basement to put the cables through the floor and everything. Being as we live on a farm, and my stepdad was the only one home during the time he was there, he had to go out and feed the cows while he was in the basement finishing up. The man said while he was working, he heard something. Not quite sure. It's been years. So we turned around, and at the top of the steps, there was this figure of a man standing in the basement doorway looking at him. He told my stepdad, and we just decided to ignore it. Weeks pass, and one night I get out of bed at like midnight or 1 a.m. to go pee, and go to pass the steps to go downstairs, and hear footsteps coming up towards me, and someone hitting their hand on the railing. I froze for a second in fear, and chose to run back to my bedroom. The following weeks after that, things would go missing as soon as we laid them down, and we'd find them in our shoes or in little silly places. They would never be like we would put down an apple on the counter and couldn't find it. And the next day, it would be in the car. Little things like that, constantly. I thought it was funny, and I told my family it was just a ghost and it was playing cute tricks on us. I gave it a name. My whole family refers to it as Robert, and when things go missing, we go, Robert, can you give it back? Or, oh, that's just Robert, etc. A year goes by, and these things are always happening. Thumps, running on the steps, things being stolen. I started to ask my mom for a Ouija board. I wanted to talk to ghosts with my friends. I wanted to scare my brothers. I played all of the dumb ghost games online like Cat Scratch, Sandman, and Bloody Mary, the Charlie Charlie game, every single scary game you looked up to play with friends at a sleepover. I was playing it. And they always worked. Not Bloody Mary, but the Cat Scratch game always worked. And I loved it. I was addicted, and I wanted more. So I moved up. I wanted a Ouija board. I wanted to talk to the real deal. I asked my mom and she was oblivious, so she bought me one. I'd play with my friends, cousins, my brothers, and by myself. Sometimes I moved it myself to scare them, and sometimes I didn't move it at all and it moved by itself. Especially when I did it alone. And I thought it was a dumb trick the board did so people would buy it. I was a child. I didn't know any better. After I started using the Ouija board, I stopped for a while, and things died down a lot in the house. For a while. The only thing that would happen was I would see the shadows at night all the time. Dark black blobs sometimes. They had arms that would come out of the dark masses that they were. My stepdad was outside one day, and his truck was off. The keys weren't even in, and the truck revved its engine. I remember my dad telling me this clearly. I even asked my ex-boyfriend to back the story up for me because I told him as soon as it happened. And he told me it did happen, and he remembered. I asked my family about it just recently, and they told me they had no recollection of it ever happening. No one remembered it at all. Everything seems to be progressively getting worse. A few months ago, I was watching Family Guy and glanced down at my phone for a second and glanced back up. And the whole family was standing on the screen staring at me, and the whole screen was black with a darkish red tint. And their eyes were black. So black. And blood was gushing out of their mouths. But it was dark red, just like the dark black tint the screen was, but more red. I was so scared I started to cry, and looked down at my phone trying to call someone. I looked back up, and it was back to normal. I tried researching if it was a part of the episode and asked so many people, but no one could tell me anything. Recently, I've been getting more scratches, and even scratches in the form of smiley faces and deep, dark purple bruises. And my mom gets those more than anyone else in the house. And my mom, when she sleeps, she does astral projection. I think that's what it's called. Out-of-body experience. She watches herself sleep at night. And she told me once she was watching her and my stepdad sleep, and she saw this hand come out from under my bed and grab his ankle and start to pull him. She then tried to wake him up, but couldn't, and ended up waking herself up. I asked her about that recently as well, and she said she had no recollection of that either, but my brothers remembered her talking about it. More recently, I'll be trying to sleep, almost asleep, and my shirt will start to rise up and I'll feel the weird tingly feeling on my skin and have to pull my shirt down and will then be fully awake and freaking out. I'll hear music. A few days ago, I heard what sounded like carousel music coming from outside my room at 3 a.m. The stomps and running up the steps happen almost every night. But the main reason I'm posting this is because recently I've been telling whatever has been hurting me and my family to go away and leave me alone. An online friend has been saying it over the phone as well. And a week or so ago, I had a dream that me and my boyfriend were on the phone, and I got scared for some reason. The dream felt super real. So he told me to tell it to go away. So I proceeded to tell whatever it was to go away and laughed and kept repeating. The third time I said go away after I had laughed, it was not my voice anymore. It was the scariest fucking voice I'd ever heard in my life. The most demonic voice I've ever fucking heard. I'm tearing up right now just typing this. And I couldn't control my voice or what I was saying anymore, and I just kept saying go away in that demonic voice. And my boyfriend, who was on the phone in the dream, was so scared. I finally got my voice back. I was crying and I said sorry. But it scared me so bad, I woke up shaking and crying. I woke up with some scratches after the dream, but they weren't that bad. Last night, I had the exact same dream, except instead of him using me to speak, I started to breathe really hard and spit started to come out of my mouth. My eyes started to roll to the back of my head, and my boyfriend started freaking again. And I started to cry again. And it stopped, but this time my boyfriend said, I think I'm going to go, because he was scared. And I begged him not to leave me alone. And that's when the demonic voice came through the phone this time. I got scared and hung up in the dream. After hanging up, the voice kept going through the phone. I couldn't understand what he was saying because I was scared and then I woke up. Last night, before this dream happened, I woke up 50 times and was so exhausted that the last time I woke up before I had the dream, I felt something sit down on my bed. But I was too exhausted to stay awake, so I just curled up into a ball. And before I went to bed, hours before, my brother had showed me these huge, really bad scratches on his leg. They were super long and almost to the point of bleeding. My stepdad also had a nightmare last night, but I haven't gotten around to asking him what it was yet. I've also been dealing with super bad migraines for months now that have been so bad to the point where I have had to curl up in a ball with sunglasses and a hoodie over my head with no noise just to get any comfort. I wake up in the mornings nauseous, gagging, and have been put on multiple migraine medicines. The pills I'm on now seem to be helping, but I still have them sometimes and still get nauseous in the mornings. I used to vomit midday at the house. Date of investigation, 2nd of July 2022. Every paranormal investigator has had one of those evenings during an investigation. You're trying to get a reading on your EMF or attempting to find cold or hot spots with the thermal monitor. However, you find absolutely nothing. But you carry on and explore further because you know the history of the location and you're determined to find something, anything, to prove that ghosts exist, to verify to the skeptics that there is life after death. I find indoor locations to be the most interesting. They're quiet and enclosed, and you can really see everything within your peripheral vision. What makes it better is that you can hear the activity in the other rooms that you can't visually see, making the atmosphere feel incredibly eerie, something that gives paranormal investigators their rush to want more. What a fantastic experience our location was. It was filled with incredibly prepared, determined, and ready investigators, bringing along the necessary equipment that would surely grab the spirit's attention. One of the most pivotal moments in the night was the use of the REM pod. We had all transferred to the second floor, and we had 2 bedroom-styled rooms. We decided to set up equipment in both rooms. Room 1 had the REM pod located in the centre of the room, along with one chair next to the window. We decided to place the pod in this location because investigators had past encounters in this room, feeling the darkness that was located in the corner, emitting the feeling of being watched. I must admit, going into that room for the first time made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. A paranormal investigator's mind must be prepared to feel all sorts of strange and challenging emotions within a possible haunted area. I suppose it didn't help that the building was physically deteriorating, emulating an already spooky feeling in the room. The second room didn't have as much of a threatening feeling compared to the other room, so we placed a foldable mirror on top of the fireplace, which along with a dim room allowed the spirits to travel between the two realms much more easily. I think this gave some of the group a different sense in this room, but at least the doorway to alternate realms wasn't near the raging REM pod. Once everything was in place, we attempted the inverted seance, a highly used practice to try and feel the presence of anything paranormal, either in front or around us. What made this a credible execution was having all of the investigators facing out while standing in a circle holding hands. You have that knowledge of complete stillness from the group. Additionally, it eliminates the possibility of the potential breathing on one another and accidentally thinking it's a spirit passing you. Everything was in place and we were ready to start contacting the spirit realm. I could tell some of us were feeling a little uneasy, but we had to push forward. Upon performing the inverted seance, the majority of the investigators felt a sudden increase in temperature, whereby they were sweating and complaining that it was very hot. I, on the other hand, didn't feel this phenomenon. Could I be the one affected at this point, rather than everyone else in the room? It was something I definitely considered. Furthermore, the entire group, including myself, felt extreme dizziness, to the point where we were all felt like passing out. I'm not sure any of us had felt anything quite as powerful, that had the power to affect 8 different people all at once. During this session, the REM pod, located in the other room, consistently reacted to something in the room. At the beginning of the investigation, we all scanned the area using an EMF reader to see if there was any intrusion of magnetic fields throughout the entire property, for which we received absolutely no readings. Not only that, but the property is known to have very little power running through. At this point in the investigation, I felt as though this could have been one of the most compelling pieces of evidence that we've ever witnessed. We needed someone to go to that room alone with a camera and record it, as it's been detecting some kind of magnetic field for over 10 minutes. Realizing that the REM pod was reacting so vigorously to our seance in the other room, we all decided to move on to part 2 of the experiment, which was to attempt a human pendulum test, in which all investigators except one stand in a circle, while the last group member stands in the middle. The members creating the circle will ask the spirits, who will respond through the middle member, to sway the central member in a direction that would determine the word yes, and again for the word no. I had never taken part in the human pendulum in the past, as I had always gone to explore different areas of past investigations, so this was new to me, and I was excited to see how this worked. The group started the experiment. We found this experiment particularly interesting. Not only was the member in the center of the circle responding to the questions, but the REM pod created a different pattern, which only pulsed after we received answers, which was fascinating to see as a first-time participant. We managed to get a clip of the REM pod reacting to nothing in the room. However, we were not able to collect enough evidence to show the activity that was being performed in the other room. Hopefully, in the future, I'll be much more prepared to show you that the paranormal does indeed exist. This property will definitely be one to return to. So with background and context in mind, I'm not really the biggest spiritual believer. I mean, I do have belief in some sort of paranormal. When I was younger, I was big into paranormal stuff, like literally going out and investigating these things with friends. Over the years, I kind of settled down and I became more religious again, Catholic. So I don't necessarily believe in any specific sort of ghosts, more so like demons or whatever. But something in me still does hold belief for these things. Currently, I'm staying in a different country because I've flopped back and forth over the years, and I'm here to stay with my mom and grandfather for a bit. Basically, this house is very, very old, which for some of you more spiritual ones might ring a bell. Anyways, I'm not precisely sure just how old this place is, but it's been around a long time. Longer than me, or potentially my mother has. The floors are very old and creaky, the pipes still make noise, and the furnace in the basement cracks every now and then. Like I said, very old place. So recently, I've been keeping watch over the place every now and then, and doing some work around here while my family goes into the local city to take care of business, such as the bank, dentist, etc. Anyways, most of the encounters I've been experiencing have been while I'm the only one in the house, and it gets much quieter. There's a basement which leads into the kitchen, and it's quite open layout, meaning you can see into the basement from the kitchen, but it's also quite dark and old. So the other day, I was lounging in the basement while they were out, doing my usual like cooking, eating, whatever, and I glanced out of the corner of my eye to the top of the stairs railing. And as I looked, I swore I could see some sort of figure that I clearly made out to be a young girl, wearing a greyish white flower pattern dress, like the ones that were popular around 1930s, 40s and 50s. However, it only stayed briefly while I glanced, so I didn't get to look for longer than a split second out of the corner of my eye. Now, me being paranoid and whatnot, kept glancing back, and just about every other glance or every other third glance, I get another peek of the figure there, yet again. I started talking to a friend of mine on the phone to keep myself from being bored, and I kept hearing these noises, such as the floor squeaking as if under mild pressure, the whispering sound nearby, and also just an overall eerie and gloomy feeling. Personally, what makes me feel better in these sorts of situations, being religious and all, is to do something, well, religious. So I went upstairs briefly to grab my rosary and whatnot, and I did my thing, and felt a lot better after. Now this happened a couple of years ago. I was sharing my room with my brother due to the family apartment being pretty small. I remember it being around 11 or midnight, and I was sitting on my bed, scrolling through my social media. In the other corner of our room was our bookshelf, with my brother's desk and PC. Then, I heard a voice clearly reading out my name. It was obviously a grown man around my dad's age. However, I could clearly hear my dad snoring in the other room, and I'm very sure the source of the voice was within my room, but I couldn't see anything there. It was empty. The PC was closed, and there was nothing that could be the source of the voice that called my name. My first reaction was to turn off my phone and then get in bed and wait there, which might have been a dumb move, but hey, I wasn't harmed after all, so I would call that a success. Another thing that happened in the same corner is when my brother left his PC on because of a download going on, and in the middle of the night, just as I was falling asleep, I was woken up by the PC randomly turning on its text-to-speech and starting to reading out what's on the screen. I'm not even sure if it was reading out the screen since I was too sleepy to process what the text-to-speech voice was saying. I remember it saying weird stuff, but we assumed it was reading the download page. The voice alerted the whole family, but nothing really came of it. They didn't speak of the incident after that night, and they just forgot and moved on, I guess. I had a lot of paranormal experiences in my life, ranging from heavy objects being knocked over, feeling someone touching my hair or my shoulder, doors shutting on their own, and I've even seen a shadow person once. But this has been the one that affected me most since I have no idea what it could mean, and it greatly involved me. I was asleep and woke up instinctively out of the blue, and felt as if something was there and saw a fairly large oblong orb. Think around an American football size and shape, floating at the foot of my bed. It floated up the wall about 4 feet and slowly started drifting along the wall towards me. I jumped up out of my bed and was staring at it, floating along my wall. I then turned the light on, even though it was daylight outside already. Daylight hits around 3:30 AM in the summer months here. It crept along my wall, then made it to the corner of the wall next to my bed headboard, and floated up and through the ceiling. I've never experienced anything like that, and when I looked at it, it gave me the worst feeling of dread I've ever felt. I was so panicked, I had a sore chest after, and texted my sister, telling her what happened. I've been trying to find videos of similar things, but I can't find any. Maybe someone here could provide an explanation, or maybe more information on what this could be, paranormal or not. It's been on my mind all day. It almost looked like liquid mercury, but semi-transparent and had a dark glow at the same time. Hard to describe. As I said before, it had an American football or rugby ball type shape, not a typical spherical shape. Also, about a month ago, I woke up with a green light circling above my head. I don't have a history of sleep paralysis, and I was able to jump out of bed pretty fast, so I doubt it's that. I've been living in this apartment for almost a year now. Needless to say, I've had unusual experiences living there. Nothing like The Exorcist, though. I always felt a little bit unsettled there as well. When I first moved in, I had a lot of vivid dreams and sleep paralysis. Sometimes, outlines of my family members or significant others would appear, although I knew they weren't actually the people I knew and something else. As any sane person would, I ruled it out as stress. After that, things in my kitchen would fall over and I would hear creaks in my bathroom. Sometimes scratches in the ceiling which I thought were just rats. December of last year, I took pictures with my significant other on Snapchat and caught something I hoped more than anything would be just a camera smudge or just a case of a shaky hand. It was not the filter that was used either. Again, like any sane person, I brushed it off and figured it was just an issue with the camera. At the same time every night, my house would drop a few degrees, exactly at 10:30 every night. Probably the AC, but who knows? I was always concerned, but always dismissive of it, until last night. I was sleeping next to my significant other last night, when I felt something stepping lightly, like a cat, on my feet. I'm a light sleeper, so it woke me up immediately. I obviously sat up and checked, but nothing was there. I know I'm not imagining it. My significant other said he felt nothing and slept like a log. I looked online to find a medical explanation to what I felt, but it didn't feel like bugs or whatnot. I could feel small feet pushing into my bedsheets. I don't know what it was, but my questions in this is, what is it? And is it bad? I swear I didn't imagine it. I don't really know what I'm looking for. Well, I do sort of. I want someone with knowledge of the paranormal to tell me if what I experienced is deemed common in the realm of ghost sightings, which I never previously thought to be real. I'll break it down for you though. My family and I travelled to an old mansion that looked like a hotel. We arrived late and hurried into our rooms. To say the place was creepy is an understatement. It was also beautiful. We were given our rooms. I got one just down the hall from the rest of the family. As I got ready for bed, I felt super uneasy, and I remember coming back to that I didn't like how high the ceilings were. Before I continue, I'll just say I have a history of sort of hallucinogenic episodes, but haven't had one since I started my medication a couple of years ago, and I definitely took them. I settled into bed and turned off the light. It was quite dark, but there was a light just around the corner of the doorway, which was open. I lay in bed looking at the doorframe, when I noticed what looked like a hand reaching over onto the door from the other side of the wall. I figured it was just my eyes, but it shook me nonetheless, so I got up to shut the door and check it out. But when I went to move, so did the hand. At this point, I'm convinced it's a hand. I'm not sure if it was fear or what, but I froze, so I couldn't move at all. At this point, I'm at the bottom of the bed. I felt a wave of something come over me, and I had a deep rumbling in my ear. I watched as the outline of a body stepped into my doorway. I couldn't see any of his details because it was like he was radiating that distortion you get from heat. I sat unable to move for what felt like ages. I felt incredibly sick, and my limbs hurt like fire. I thought I'd be running and screaming by now, so I can't tell if fear kept me still or something it was doing. Suddenly, the rumbling got deeper, and I felt the deepest dread I've ever felt in my life. The boy moved his hand off the doorframe, only movement in a long time, and took a step towards me. I must have blacked out after that, because I awoke to find myself at the foot of my bed. There was a slight indent in the door where the boy placed his hand. I panicked with my parents, who didn't believe a word I said, and I don't blame them. I've since learned it wasn't a mansion I'd stayed in. It was an orphanage, one which recently uncovered tunnels under the building to an underground room and chapel. My life feels like a lie, and frankly, I don't know how I'm still functioning. Let me preface this by saying that although I believe there are things in this universe that are yet to be explained by science, I'm not totally woo-woo, no disrespect intended. I do look for logical explanations, but this I simply can't explain. I was driving down the road, 30 miles an hour limit, doing about 40 miles an hour. It was quiet, no one else was driving up or down the road. Off the road, there were numerous side roads. While driving down the road, I saw a large blue lorry emerge from a side road on the left. They were emerging without stopping at the junction to check for traffic, and they didn't appear to have seen me. I panicked and broke, as it looked like he was about to pull out on me. This is where it gets quite hard to explain. I saw the lorry. I saw the driver not noticing me, and I recognized that I needed to brake to avoid him pulling out in front of me. Yet, I didn't see it. In a split second, the lorry was gone, and then it emerged from the side road again, as if it had never emerged previously. But this time I was doing around 20 miles an hour and was being super cautious. Bear in mind, this all happened within split seconds. As a result of me slowing, the driver in the cabin saw me and slammed his brakes on. He didn't pull out on me. At the time, I was focused on my reactions, but as I travelled further down the road, I said out loud to myself, did I just see that truck emerge from that road twice? I bloody did. That just happened twice. The thing is, if I'd been travelling at 40 miles an hour the second time the lorry driver emerged, I might have been too close to the cabin for him to see me, as naturally he was higher up, and I could have been seriously hurt, or worse. I mean, I drive a Peugeot 107. It's basically a scooter in a thin metal shell. As it happened, me slowing down drastically in response to my first sighting was probably a real saving grace. But what was it? I've tried to rationalize this. It wasn't a reflection or a trick of light. To that, I regret I can only say I know what I saw. It was a fully 3D lorry, and the person's reactions and facial expressions were different both times. Due to my change in reaction, I guess. I've had 3 events of paranormal things happening to me that are engraved in my head, but I'm here to talk about my last experience, which was 2 of the events. Anyways, I was with a good friend of mine. We were just driving around bored and decided to go to a cemetery at midnight to visit a relative's grave. They just passed away. We were driving up and down the rows of tombstones, just talking, when suddenly a bright white light shone through the sunroof of his car. As we kept going, I looked through the side mirror to see there was no light present at all. I started tearing up for no apparent reason as soon as I saw the light. My friend kept reassuring me that there was no light, and we tried to drive by it again. We did, and nothing happened. As we kept driving, we ran into a single small flag in front of a tombstone that was going crazy as if there were strong winds. There was no wind blowing at all. We rolled down the windows to see if there was a breeze or something, but there wasn't, and any other items like flowers or other flags weren't moving at all. Just a single one going crazy. We did one more full drive around the cemetery to see any activity, and at the exact same spot I saw the bright white light, my friend started to look around and asked if I saw the car completely filled with light. I didn't see any light at all this time. After that, we decided it was probably just time to leave. When I was in middle school, my father passed away. My mom couldn't deal with the bad memories that she associated with our house and his illness, so we moved. She bought a brand new house about 1.5 miles away in a newish development area. Behind the house there was a small hill, and at the top a tiny graveyard, fenced in by iron rods. Of course, as a 10 to 11-year-old kid, this was fascinating. The oldest grave was dated 1822. I remember this specifically because I was really into history at the time. There were probably 4 or 5 gravestones, and some of them were clearly kids' graves because of the date of birth and then the day they died. I believe it was between 1 to 3 years old. Months after we moved in, I was home alone at night watching TV. We had a dog and cat at this time, and both were sound asleep in front of me while I laid on the floor. All of a sudden, I had a profound feeling that someone had walked into the room behind me. The only entrance to the living room. The hair raised up on my neck, and I was immediately into fight or flight mode. I turned around, and of course nothing was there. So I turned back toward the TV, and both the cat and the dog had their ears up, high alert, staring at the doorway. They had been sound asleep before, and at 14 I knew that animals were supposed to be able to sense things that people can't see. My heart absolutely froze, realizing the animals had felt it too. I couldn't move, until after a few minutes I gained the courage to get up and get the phone to nonchalantly call my mom and ask when she was coming home. I could feel these presences enter my room for years while I lived there. There were a few times when I felt something sit on the end of my bed. Not menacing or evil in any way, but distinctly a notable presence. Kind of like the feeling you get when someone is staring at you. My mother is not a liar, but she may be prone to fancy. 10 plus years after we had moved and I graduated college, her and my sister told me they saw a vase lift up vertically from the kitchen table and drop onto the floor at that house. Several years ago, I was living in Eastern Asia and wanted to do some country hopping during my time off. I booked a cheap hostel in Seoul without knowing much about the area or hostel itself, outside of the fact that it was super cheap and appeared accommodating enough for a young solo traveller. I was to share a room with about 10 or 12 other travellers. The room was dark and sparse, consisting of only several heavy iron bunk beds, with curtains as the only means of privacy. I located my bed, which happened to be the top bunk, and climbed the iron ladder to put down my gear. Climbing the ladder made a lot of noise. Each step echoed and reverberated in the tiny room. I stashed my stuff and headed out to explore. I got back very late in the night, climbed up to my bunk, and quickly fell asleep. I don't know how long I'd been sleeping, but I was awoken by the unmistakable sound of someone climbing the iron ladder to my bed. Every step was announced like the ringing of a bell. I rubbed the sleep out of my eyes and looked toward the end of the bed where the ladder met the bunk. In the corner of the bunk, peering from behind the curtain, was the tiny, bone-white face of a child. It was staring directly at me with black as coal eyes. My automatic reaction was to kick at the face, and just like that it was gone. Now wide awake and sitting upright in bed, rationality began to take over. I thought maybe it was just the neighbour climbing the wrong ladder, but when I leaned over toward his bunk, he was snoring and clearly in a deep sleep. The room was dead silent. Later I find out that beneath the building was a World War II era bomb shelter. So first I'll start with the less crazy stuff. I can sometimes feel whether the teacher chooses me for the answer or not. I just know it somehow. However, this could be due to chance. Now with the real stuff. I can sometimes hear people saying a sentence before they actually say it. This shouldn't be possible, let alone for the fact that I possess no emotional intelligence due to being raised by a narcissistic mother. One example, I was sitting in the bus on the way to school and suddenly heard my math teacher say, as a Christmas gift, we'll write a surprise test. I went to school, had math, we wrote a test and he said exactly the lines. No one expected it. I did. Another thing is that I have dreams of small visual images, such as a symbol in a history book, or a girl having tied her hair with a yellow band in a certain way. I then see these things the next day. One particularly weird thing was that I saw myself playing a game against a player with a certain weapon. Myself with a certain weapon in a savanna biome, barely winning. The next day, it happened exactly that way. The odds of the player having this weapon, me standing exactly at that location, etc., just seem impossible. I also have dreams with ghosts or other creatures warning me about someone calling that I had, and yet again, the other day it happened. This all happens randomly, but I sometimes also have the impulse to do something that later turns out to be useful. For example, I played a hunting game, the Hunter Classic, saw a bear and wanted to shoot it. I had the feeling that I shouldn't do that, and soon after, I saw a huge bear, shot it, and was on the in-game leaderboard at place 3 for a month because of it. My house was built in the 70s. Not particularly new, not particularly old. We moved here in the early 2000s. I don't really know any of the history behind it. We've always joked there are ghosts here. Doors slamming shut, creaking, and things randomly disappearing has always been blamed on ghosts. But around 5 years ago, it started becoming a tad more aggressive. Sounds of light footsteps in the hallway and scratches from the second floor and inside the wall. We have no rodent problems, so it seemed unexplainable to the entire family. Then one day, around 3 or 4 years ago, I was home alone sitting in the living room when a loud bang appeared from the second floor. It was so loud I was worried the upstairs cabinet had fallen down on the floor. When the bang hit, my lights flickered and the TV turned off and on. I could feel the shake all the way from downstairs. I went to check out what had happened, and everything seemed the same. This has happened several times, and it's almost entirely identical. A loud bang, a shake, flickering lights, but nothing happened. What makes this worse is that you can't hear it when you're upstairs. You can only hear it when you're downstairs. I've been called on my phone to stop slamming the door so hard when I'm laying silently in my bed. In the past year, I've started seeing ghosts. I might have just imagined things, but at one point, I saw a toddler sleeping in my brother's bed. I saw her very clearly. She was young, maybe 3 years. She had long blonde hair, and her arm hung over the edge of the bed. When I approached her, she disappeared. This was probably a year ago, but it still spooks me. Then a few weeks ago, I encountered her again. I was home alone when someone knocked on the door. I was a bit confused as I wasn't expecting anyone. As I approached the hallway, I heard the door closing and a young girl saying, "Hello?" Like she had just come home and was announcing her being there. I felt chills run down my back, but I still opened the door to look. My brother was 5, and I figured he might have just come home early, but no one was there. I closed the door today, like properly shut, and then she opened it a bit again. And when I looked at the open door, she shut it close. And now I keep hearing banging sounds from downstairs, and I don't know what to do. I'm like unironically kinda worried. Also, I don't know if this matters, but the dreams I get in this house are always so vivid compared to when I'm not at home. Sometimes I wake up with the sheets off my bed and blanket because I sleep so uneasy. Anyways, I could really do with some advice. I don't think speaking to her works. I tried, and she liked it. Stopped being noisy for a bit, but then she went at it again. Ever since the age of 13, I've seen, heard, and felt things that are unexplainable more times than I can count. I have a family history of mental illnesses, so that could be the reason as to why I had those experiences. So when stuff like that happened, even though I was terrified, I would brush them off as hallucinations. I'm on medicine now that's really helping me, and when I do have hallucinations, they are few and far between. However, this time in particular has me totally confused and thoroughly creeped out. I was 17 at the time. My family and I had just gotten back from vacation really late, and we had all agreed that a shower before going to bed would be really nice. My family is really big. There are 12 in my family, and 8 of us were living in the house. I said I'd take the last shower because I wanted to sit outside and get some time alone. The only light source was one of those street lamps to light our driveway. Our house was in the middle of absolute nowhere. It had been about 15 minutes, and as time passed, an uneasy feeling started to creep into my stomach. I felt like it would probably be a good idea to go inside, but when I heard coyotes yipping and howling somewhere out in the field, I decided to stay outside for a little bit longer and listen to them. That's when pure fear consumed everything in my body. Not even controlling my own body, I slowly looked over the road, and that's when I saw a 10-foot tall figure with elongated arms and legs and giant red eyes gliding down the road, about as fast as a slow-moving car. This thing was really, really thin, was standing completely straight up, and was hovering 1 to 2 feet about the road. I watched in horror as the thing passed by our house without a sound. The whole time, I couldn't move. A couple of minutes later, I finally regained control of my body and ran inside. I didn't tell anyone about it other than my doctor, because I thought it was just another hallucination. A year later, I moved in with my sister and brother-in-law. Well, my brother-in-law and I were on a bike ride at about 11:30 at night, talking about creepy experiences we've had. I started telling him about the Coyote Man, as that was the name I had given him. As I was explaining the features of the thing, his face grew more and more confused as I continued to talk. And just as I was going to talk about the big red eyes that the thing had, his face lit up. I asked him why he was making the face he was, and then he lifted his hands up to his eyes, making large circles with both of them. I started getting creeped out, and that's when he was like, "Big red eyes?" And I immediately started getting the chills. He started to explain that when he was 19, he saw the exact same thing. And right before we saw it, he heard coyotes yipping and howling as well. I was freaking out at this point because I'd never told anyone about it other than my doctor. I thought I was just seeing things. He continued to tell me that the thing actually chased him, and he said that he was absolutely terrified and that it was the fastest he had run his whole life. He said the only way to lose the thing was to climb at the top of the silo. He said he was up there for the rest of the night, just waiting for the thing to show up again, but it never did. I got the chills for minutes on end when he told me that. I have no idea what that thing was, as I've never heard of anything like it since. Every time I think of that experience, I get super creeped out. Just down the road from where a few years ago I had previously lived, in Southeast Australia, is the opening into about 100 acres of woodlands and bush that I frequently went into when I was younger to do the usual things, riding and camping, etc. I was out driving at around 11:30 p.m. with my girlfriend, and as we were in the area, decided to show her the woodlands while we were in the area, as she loves everything to do with nature, and it was summer, so an extremely warm night. I left my car with the light shining into the trees, as we weren't going too far in, and it was pitch black inside, and the two of us just kind of sat chatting, having a smoke and generally relaxing. She was sitting on a sort of map of the area that had been put in on some plastic, and I was keeping an eye on the trees, as I had a feeling that something was just wrong. I've read that a few people have said that they felt that they were in danger, although nothing around them was off, and it was the same feeling. Every sense was almost reaching out, and my adrenaline was up there, but wasn't really anything in my eyeline that seemed any different. After lighting another cigarette to calm my nerves, I scanned the tree line again and realised that it looked different to before. It was only after staring into the dark that I saw that there was moonlight now lighting up the grass, where it couldn't before, as there was a black shape blocking it that before I thought was a tree. I got goosebumps just typing this, but the only way to describe it was that all sound just ceased, and everything went dead silent. And a few seconds later, this disgusting feeling of dread fell over me, and I saw motion in the dark of the path, as this thing crawled towards us on all fours. I've seen nearly every animal in the outback here, and we don't have any large predators like in the US or Europe, but somehow I knew this thing was a predator, and it wasn't hiding itself from us, but just slowly crawling forward towards us. I don't know if my girlfriend saw it. I couldn't look away, but just as it reached the line my car lights were able to illuminate, it reared up onto two legs and just sat staring at us. I'm 6'4", and this thing was about another meter larger than me, with arms that were far too long that reached down near the ground, and all I could make out was an off-white, almost yellowish fur on it, and in the dim light, could make out the silhouette of its head, as like a dog or wolf. I wasn't able to move as it stared at me, but it was at this point my girlfriend gasped, which seemed to break off whatever was stopping me from thinking logically. I grabbed her by the arm and sprinted to my car, slammed the doors and tore out of there as fast as I could. Both of us too scared to speak until about half an hour later. We've both discussed it many times, and the feeling that we had was what I imagine a rabbit sees when it catches a wolf or fox looking at it. That this is something that would be able to end us with absolute ease if it so chose. Neither of us have been able to come up with any explanation for what it was, but it's definitely changed the way I view the woods and bush. And when I go camping or hiking now, I think back to that and wonder what it was, and if I'll ever see anything like it again. When I was little, I experienced what I believe is a ghost. I'm going to be as detailed as possible, since I believe that's what's important, especially ghost stories. Still to this day, I can't explain exactly what I experienced. I was 7 years old, and I was asleep in my room, when I had all of a sudden woken up, which is common for me. I tried for 20 minutes to go back to sleep, to no avail. Then, I finally got up and faced forward. Ahead of me was a woman. She was a rather young-looking woman and had older clothes on her. Looking back, I'd say maybe early 1900s or so. She looked like she was talking to someone, and I looked down. Turns out, she was. There was a little boy up to her knees. She had patted him, and he had disappeared through the wall. I then called out, "Hello?" I don't know why, but probably just to make sure I wasn't dreaming. She looked surprised for a second and gave me a warm smile. I blinked, and she was gone. I got up immediately and checked the area. It was cold, but nothing dramatic. I went downstairs and got some water. Then I went to sleep. Now for me, I've always been a skeptic. To this day, I found ways to poke a hole in it. Though it just kind of chilled in the back of my head. I know for sure it wasn't sleep, since I've always had trouble falling asleep. I've always been prone to waking up randomly, still to this day. When I faced them, I started feeling around me to make sure I wasn't dreaming. Did the whole pinch myself, and I was fully awake. Able to look around as well as move, so sleep paralysis is out of the question. I still don't know what I saw to this day, but I feel as though I should share. The most surprising thing about the whole situation is just how calm I felt during it all. I felt as though I knew her. That's the closest feeling I can describe it. It was my first sleepover. It was also my 7th birthday. Everyone came over to my house for the party. After all the festivities, presents, cake, and games, we all settled in for scary stories in our sleeping bags and blankets in the downstairs living room. We couldn't decide on who would tell the story, so we decided to play light as a feather, stiff as a board. We were all 6 or 7-year-old girls and watched this witch movie the week before and wanted to be witches. We hyped each other up. We were going to cast spells and make people float. Oh yeah, we were so cool. We all turned the lights down and got in a circle and laid my sister down. 3 fingers under her and started chanting. It doesn't last the whole 3 verses. No one can keep a straight face and we all start laughing and joking around instead. I really wanted it to work. Like, really bad. So I convinced everyone to try again on me, the birthday girl. And we're going to be serious and do it in a really, really dark room. They all agreed. They could be serious. They were going to make me float for my birthday. So we head to my room and get it ready. Now, my room is pitch black. Door shut, no lights, curtains on the windows, nothing, just blackness. They all gather around me and 3 fingers under, whatever, and start chanting. I don't float. I don't even budge. I tell them to be serious and actually chant like they mean it. Come on, make me float. We start again and we all see it. We all lose our minds, scream at the top of our lungs and book it out of there. My poor mum. She had 6 girls crying hysterically and couldn't get any of us to calm down and tell her what happened. She put us all in her room and went around the house. No one was in the house and all the windows and doors were locked, obviously. So she comes back and tries to calm us down. My friend Jenna, who was the first to contain herself enough to get out between sobs, that there was a scary shadow man in the room that tried to grab her. We all lose it again. Because this is not what we all saw. Heck no. What, man? The heck you say? It was light. A light. We all saw a lightning bolt of green glowing light that flew from within the closed closet door, around us, and through the bedroom door. Not a man. It took my mum an hour to calm us all down. She finally had to bribe us to stop crying with ice cream. After we were all calm, she lectured us about scary stories and watching scary stuff on TV, and that she didn't want to hear anymore. She put us all to bed and we all slept, on the floor in her bedroom. No one would sleep downstairs or in my room. The next morning, Jenna got picked up really early, before breakfast. She had my mom call her mom as soon as she woke up, way before the rest of us did. She never spoke to me again. She avoided me and was no longer my friend. Everyone thought it was weird. Years later, I found her on Facebook and sent her a message. She doesn't remember me and doesn't remember that night. So she says. I've talked to other girls several times over the years and we all agree. The light felt malicious, scared the crap out of us. Jenna must have seen something else. Backstory. I lived in Arizona at the time. Chandler to be exact, and my friend lived in Maricopa. Quite a bit of desert to drive between the two. A good 45 minutes of non-lit highway through the res. Anywho, my car's online and it was horrible, and the steering wheel shook. I had to pay really close attention to the road to keep this car straight. So I get off work and I'm heading out to Maricopa, to my friend's house. Something I do 2 or 3 times a week. No biggie. It's 11 something, because I worked 2 to 11, so I knew it was a bit after 11. I'm driving, gripping the steering wheel nice and tight, so I go straight. My headlights illuminating the street a little and into the dirt on each side of the road. No cars coming at me and no one behind me. I'm trucking along. Nothing weird. Same old, same old. And up ahead, about a half a mile, I see what I think is a javelino or a large dog. Common. Whatever. I slowed down a bit and didn't want to hit it at 75 if it decided to dart in the road. As I get closer, I realise it's not either of those things. What the heck is it? I slow down more. I'm approaching this thing slowly. As I come up with it, I still can't really tell what it is. It's a big black creature. At first, it looked like a large dog, but then it got bigger and started to stand on 2 legs. It was a figure that continued to change shape as it stood and turned. It was a dog. It was a pig. It was a deer. It was a sheep. It was all the things. I couldn't decide. I couldn't distinguish one from the other. It was horrible. I sped up. Fuck this, whatever it is. It's not getting me. I've had too many experiences to not nope the F out of there. As I close in on this thing, and my lights fully illuminate it as it runs across the road, as it changes shape, it's no longer black shadowy, but flesh-coloured with long arms that bend weird at the elbow and wrist. It has no face, and it's literally 8 feet tall. It hits the other side of the road on all fours and vanishes into the shadows. I mean, maybe they can go invisible, because as I passed that spot, there was nothing in the field to the left. Nothing. I went to my friend's house. I tried to explain it to her, and before I could, she said she sees that shadow thing on the road there all the time. What the fuck? Girl, I'm not coming out here anymore. What do you mean you see this all the time? Yep, she would just drive through, and when she saw it, she'd start repeating the Lord's Prayer over and over, and never stop. She said it never bothered her, but it always just stayed on the side of the road as a shadow. She didn't have any idea what I meant when I said it changed shape. I always drove out during the day after that. That's a nope from me. What did I see? Storms and entities don't mix. I grew up in Transcona, Winnipeg, a small suburb 10 kilometres away from the city. I do not remember too much from the first house I was situated at, though vague memories I still can recall, although it's small at that. From my recollection, nothing peculiar transpired in that house. Around age 5, my parents decided to sell the house and move closer to the city to establish themselves in the Kildonian area. We settled in, and everything seemed fine for the first 6 months. I was 6 when I first started to notice something was off, and it all started on one stormy night. I was preparing myself for sleep when I heard the sounds of thunder rolling in. I laid in my bed as lightning lit up every inch of my room. My room isn't big, and my bed was stationed in the very far right of the room. Upon entering a closet, it was to the left, and there was a window at the very far right wall of the room that faced my closet. I was terrified of thunderstorms, so I couldn't sleep, and as I was waiting for the storm to pass, my room lit up as a blinding flash emitted through the window, and at my bedroom entrance, I saw the silhouette of a tall shadow creature or monster just standing there. As quickly as my room lit up, so did it begin to darken again, and with that, I screamed bloody murder. I called out to my dad, and without hesitation, came running into my room to ask what. I just asked him if he could sleep with me without mentioning that thing. In the morning, I walked out of my bedroom and saw in my peripheral vision a shadow figure in my hallway dart into my living room. Cartoon cat. I was 7 and don't know what to make of this one, but I was going to bed one night and got up and peered into my closet, unsure why I did. But I saw this cartoon-looking cat. He was staring at me in a funny manner. His stature was 2D and his eyes were very strange, to say the least. I examined this cat and noticed that one eye looked like one of those spiral optical illusions. It was red and yellow. After this, it just slowly vanished into thin air. Mr. Demon. This experience is by far what I would consider to be the cream of the crop. I was 8 at the time, but I know due to the fact that the day after this encounter, I would tell my classmates. When entering the home I used to live in, there was a front door and a side one. When entering the side door, you'd be greeted with a staircase to the basement in front of you, and a kitchen to the right of you. After entering the kitchen, you could only turn to the left, as the wall was on the right. Continue going forward, and on the left is the living room. The right is the sunroom. If you continue going straight, you'll enter the hallway and see the entrance of my bedroom. On the very right is the bathroom, and if you proceed to the left from my bedroom, the hallway will consist of another bedroom on the right, and straight down another bedroom. Turning left at the end of the said hall will lead into the living room. I apologise for the length of detail, but I just want the reader to have a semi-vast understanding of the layout. I digress. I was sleeping on the couch one night, and I was having a dream where I was walking down my hallway, which was dimly lit. The only light emitting was from the bathroom. I made my way to the bathroom, and as I did, I noticed to my right the kitchen entrance. The entrance looked as if it were a voidless space. Imagine a darkness that was so dark, even the brightest light couldn't penetrate its iniquity. Curiosity got the better of me, and I moved towards this void, and for some reason, I extended my arm into said void. When my hand touched this darkness, this monster, which I can only describe as a yeti with devilish horns, claws, teeth, and eyes, lunged out and grabbed me, roaring into my face, and I was electrocuted with terrible fear. Suddenly, I awoke, drenched in sweat. After gathering my sense of reality, I realised it was around 3 a.m, so I decided to sit up, and as I did, noticed my cat sleeping at the end of my feet. Without giving the dream a second thought, I leaned over to pet my cat. I did so for about 15 seconds, until something caught the top of my peripheral sight. I darted my head up in quick motion, only to be greeted with a demon pressed up against the sunroom's sliding glass door. I instantly froze, as if I died. Its eyes were so disturbing, I can't even begin to enlighten you on its appearance. Right after it noticed me seeing it, the thing phased right through the glass, hovering towards me with its hands and claws extended. It kept on coming closer and closer until my cat saw it and ran away so quickly it didn't even register at the time. Mind you, I'm sitting up and this thing is coming towards me slowly, and in the arm's length range, I noticed that my back all of a sudden contorted into a lying position, without me even moving my back. Somehow it did. I was now lying face to face with this thing. Nothing existed at this moment but me and it. It continued staring at me, not saying anything. I had no heartbeats, no hearing, no feeling, and no emotions anymore. I said in my head, "Please, Jesus, help me." And with that, it looked as if a transparent hand reached down through the ceiling, grabbing it and pulling it through the ceiling. As it was being lifted, it frantically tried to grab me and swim back towards me. As soon as it was out of sight, I shot up like a bullet, turned over to my dad, who was sleeping on the couch next to me, and said, "Hey Dad, I just saw something." He said, "Just go back to sleep." As it happens, some weekends, my father and I go out for a walk while playing Pokemon Go, and sometimes we pass by a weird school. The school isn't old as the town itself. It's not too old, less than 100 years, but almost that. Old enough to be terrifying to be around it, principally at night. Anyway, no matter what day we pass by, there are always lights turned on in some specific rooms, but we never see people around. And what the hell would people do at a school almost 11 o'clock at night? There are no night guards in any schools here, so that's ticked off of the logical answers list. And it's always cold around this school too, no matter the time. But last night, there was a thing in one of the lit rooms. I always avoid looking directly at that school when we pass by it, but last night something made me look, that way against my will, and one of the windows, there was a thing. My eyesight is not the best when looking from a certain distance, but my father saw it as well. We could only see neck up. Head was completely black and bony neck. I thought it was the distortion of the window, but the windows were new and, well, there was no texture on the glass. So yeah, definitely not a human. That thing was looking down when I looked, and for some reason I kept staring. Curiosity, I suppose. At first I thought maybe it's a night guard, but the thing slowly lifted up its head and looked at us. I thought, since I couldn't see well, it looked at the corridor. But god damn it, the street went even colder and a chill rose up from my spine and stuck to my head. The thing kept looking at us. I was terrified, but initially I dismissed it as just a night guard. My father had to remind me there's no such thing as a night guard for schools. Anyway, this presence only left after we were 5 blocks away from that cursed school. I'm so curious as to what that thing was, but I'm sure it was not human. I'm not exactly sure of what this was, but I'm sure as hell it isn't the wind or a pipe making noise. This was something that tried to scare me and my partner at the time, and something that physically presented itself, and physically pulled on our clothing and hair. This all started when I put together a sofa bed in the spare room at our house. My partner was at work, so after building it I had nothing better to do than play some games. Our cat was staring down the hallway into the spare room. Not exactly unusual, but after some weird behaviour from the cat, I thought I'd have a look. What I can only describe as a black silhouette appeared and vanished within a few seconds. This wasn't actually scary, more just surprising. More so, it felt so normal, I actually forgot to mention this to my partner. A few nights later, me and my partner both sat up after waking up in the dead of night, as if we were waiting for something. It was as if the walls of the house were screaming a silent warning, just this eerie sense of anticipation for something dreadful. A very heavy dragging and clawing of the floor very slowly made its way down the hall and toward the bedroom. I was pulled under the covers. This couldn't have been anything such as a household noise. The cat was even with us on the bed. Over the next few weeks, strange things would happen. As previously mentioned, our hair would be pulled. Quick steps would make their way into the kitchen where we were and would come to a halt, as if something would be standing in the doorway, just staring. We'd return to the kitchen with every drawer and cupboard open. The big, wide mirror in the bedroom would have handprints upside down on the top half of it. The last thing to happen was weeks after the last odd occurrence. I'd sometimes stay up worrying about my partner. You see, they had breathing issues and heart issues, etc. Their breathing would slow down until it entirely stopped, before a massive breath would be taken and the loop started again. As I sat listening, and as the breathing slowed to almost a stop, a heavy, deep exhale came from behind me, almost like a horse. I later found out that my partner had the same happen twice and was too worried to tell me. This whole series of events isn't the first paranormal thing to happen to either of us, but sure as hell it's the strangest. Whatever it was felt sinister and thankfully went away. Visitors were witness to many of the things mentioned, and something smaller not mentioned. Thought I'd give my experience after reading so many interesting stories. I know my story pales to many strange encounters, and mine has no proof of occurring. I had just gotten home from work, and I was sitting in my room playing video games. No one else was home with me. I left my door half open as per usual. Out of nowhere, I briefly heard faint footsteps outside, which caught my attention. As I turned over, I could nearly make out a faint outline of a hand reaching for my doorknob. My door slams shut, and it was shut with a lot of force.
I completely froze in my room, not knowing what to do. Keep in mind, it's a 95-degree day here in Denver, so all of our windows were closed and the AC was running. I do have a fan that's on a low setting, but I always leave it on and it's never closed my door, much less slammed it shut out of nowhere. This was part of a series of escalating experiences over the past week. I've heard things slam to the ground in my basement. We checked, and nothing had fallen. Scratching and knocking on my bedroom door, footsteps, and just an overall bad vibe in the house. Even my mom, who never talks about ghosts or spirits, told me she heard heavy footsteps upstairs and also heard my door close when I was out at work today. Ever since we moved into this house around 2010, a lot of people have experienced unexplained phenomena. My sister has said she's experienced many loud noises late at night in her room, now mine, and even claims to have seen a spirit in her, now my, closet. Multiple friends of mine have claimed to see a man in pink running through the house on separate occasions, knocking on windows, and I've heard my entire name called out to me. But this was over a much larger timeline and never felt malicious. It seriously ramped up this past week. So I had this strange thing that happened to me, and I really don't know what to make out of it. Maybe someone had a similar experience or knows something about this phenomenon. So I had this dream which happened in like 3 stages over the course of a year. When the dreams occurred, I was already like 21 or 22, so I've been out of school for quite some time. Finished it at age 17. So the first stage of the dream was that I was back in school in the front schoolyard, and I was there with all the other kids during break time. But I strangely couldn't find my friends, who were usually hanging out at the same spot. The school bell rang and everybody went back inside. Still no signs of my friends. Stage 2, which happened like a month after stage 1, was a bit more strange. So I was walking through the very crowded hallways towards our classroom. I came around the corner to notice that nobody was there, which was absolutely odd to me, so I went back on the floor to find it all empty, and a certain sense of danger, like there was some sort of threat, came up within me. Stage 3 was pure terror. Happened half a year after stage 2. So I was already standing there on the empty floor when something started chasing me. Not like something manifested, more like an invisible kind of thing. Chased me through the entire school, stairs up and down, most of the rooms. When all of a sudden, I was back there where the chase started in that hallway. The hallway was a plus sign shape, so I was looking into the other hallways. It was broad daylight, by the way. When all of a sudden, that girl was standing there at the end of the hallway. She was, or is, a real person. She was in my class, but left after like 7th grade because her grades weren't that good. In real life, we never had to do much with each other, but there was no bad blood or anything. I never had like feelings towards her or anything, so it seemed pretty random that she was standing there. Upon noticing her within the dream, I was speaking to her from a distance, like, "Hey, what are you doing here? What's this all about? Let's get out of here." She wasn't responding. She was just standing there staring at me, so I started walking towards her, constantly looking for that entity that chased me earlier. As I was walking towards her, I continued talking to her when all of a sudden, I felt like something was off. Something wasn't right. As I was getting closer, I felt a certain dread, an evil presence if you like. I was getting closer when all of a sudden she looked at me and I saw it. Pure evil. I don't know why or how or whatsoever matter of fact, I'm crying right now as I'm writing this. So anyways, I realized that this thing is the evil, and I ran for my life. I eventually made it through the emergency exit to the back schoolyard. I was getting further away, seeing her coming through that same exit, but I was already far away. I suddenly realized that the whole world seemed to be frozen in time and space, if that makes sense, when all of a sudden I'm hit and fall on the ground. She is standing over me, looking at me, and for the first time speaking. So she says that this place is hers, and I shall never return. Then some sort of black hole opened up underneath me. I fell into it and woke up. That was already a couple of years ago, and even though it was quite real/surreal and haunted me for a couple of weeks, I almost forgot about it till recently. The real life event. So I've been working as a sanitation worker, or garbage man, as some may call it, for almost 4 years now. I've seen a lot of stuff, experienced a lot of stuff, and had great and messed up times. So not too long ago, one of the drivers called in sick, and since I have a driver's license and all that, I drove his garbage truck that day. Also, I had his long-time co-worker who knows the tour in and out with me. It was early this year when it happened, so it was still winter. We were going through a street that I recognised, and I said to him, "Hey, I went to school nearby." And he asked me, like, "Is it this and that school?" I was like, "Yeah, how do you know?" And answered that this one was of our clients, for the lack of a better word, and that we would be there in a minute. I was so excited seeing that old place again. I thought about the memories, the sports events, all that. Well, until the point we entered the compound. So I said that I know a shortcut, so I drove the truck through an alley and onto the neighbour's schoolyard, which was directly next to our yard. I was entering our former back schoolyard, when something strange happened. Holidays were already over, so there should have been lots of kids and teachers, just like in the neighbour's school. But there was absolutely no one. Also, all the window blinds were up, which usually meant that people were there. Everything was frozen under a thick layer of ice, and I started to feel strange. So I talked to the guy who I was with, and he just said, "Man, just be happy about it. Fucking kids are always running in front of the truck and shit." So we were making our way around the building, to the place where the bins are located. He got out to load them. I stayed in the truck to switch on the auxiliary drive and keep an eye out on the workspace surveillance, making sure he won't get hurt or anything. And all of a sudden, everything went silent. The loud bin loading mechanism, the aux drive, everything. All of a sudden, it was like the place was frozen in time and space. Sound familiar? I started looking around like I was a crackhead or something, and I looked through the windows. I didn't see no one, but just pure darkness. In that very moment, that place was telling me that it didn't want me there. I was totally in the zone, when suddenly the door slams, and my co-worker gets back in the truck. I asked him, "Yo, you alright?" "I didn't even hear you emptying the bins." "Hey, that might sound crazy, but did anything strange happen while you were outside?" He replied, "Well, funny you should ask. Because for a moment, I thought every happening stood still, and I felt a certain dread." We left, and I never came back. It was so weird, and I didn't know what to think after it happened. Then after we dumped the waste and cleaned the truck, I suddenly remembered that dream, and I felt even more fear. Soon, we were back at the station. I told my dispatcher to place us on a different tour, and if I ever have to drive there again, I quit. So my mom died in 2015 when I was only 24. It was very sudden. She's visited me in a dream once, and sometimes, usually when something big is happening in my life, I'll just randomly smell her very unique combination of perfume that she always bathed in. I commute a minimum of 2 hours a day, and about 6 weeks ago, there was a severe thunderstorm in my way. As I got closer, my phone started going crazy with weather alerts about tornadoes and hail. At this time, I was heading north, which was parallel to where this storm was sitting, and I could see exactly how big and bad this storm was. It was intimidating as fuck, knowing I was about to turn west and head straight into the heart of it. In all of my hours on the road, I've hit some serious weather, and it's never kept me from going home. Thunderstorms, freezing rain, high winds, hail, even some whiteout conditions when I lived up north. My point being, I have driven through all of it. I had a feeling in my gut about this one though. I knew it was going to be a long drive home, and I found myself hoping that I would make it. So I turn west and face this wall of clouds, and drive right into it. As soon as I got under it, it started dumping rain on me, but within 3 miles, it stopped, and everything got super still. Not good at all. I floored it, but didn't get too far because there were other cars in front of me. This is where I start to panic. I can see the clouds moving in different directions simultaneously in front of me. Oh fuck, I yelled out. We gotta get the fuck down the road, people. As you'd imagine, no one sped up or did anything differently. I glanced to my right and noticed that the clouds have started full rotations, and further back, there's a very obvious funnel forming over a parking lot. I'm crying now. I'm gonna die. This thing is gonna pick my car right up and off this fucking road. I can feel the wind tugging at my back of my car and lifting it up off the road. Mom, if there's ever been a time that I need you riding with me, it's now, I said through my tears. I just kept driving like I always do. After having to do 35 to 40 miles an hour in a 70 the rest of the way home because of the heavy ass rain, I made it home safely. It was the weekend, so outside of sharing my story with my husband, I kind of let it slip my mind. Next week, when I was travelling the same road home, I passed the spot where I saw the tornado forming, and a wave of relief washed over me. I was very relieved that I didn't die there, but this feeling was overwhelming. I felt warm and fuzzy. While I was trying to figure out where this profound feeling was coming from, something weird happened. Something blew in my ear from the back seat. All of my windows were up and my air conditioner was on high, yet somehow I could see my hair that sits by my ear blowing the opposite direction. I thought back to that day and immediately knew it was my mom. I believed that she was there to validate that she was riding with me that day, that I could have almost died. So this happened a couple of years ago, and I still can't figure out what it really was that I saw. It all started when my family and I flew to South America for a week to see my granddad. He lived in a small village of the southwestern coast of Ecuador. I could be sharing a room with my older brother and cousin. They had a window which looked out onto the driveway. After a long day of talking to my granddad and playing wrestling with my brother and cousins, I was ready to turn it in for the night, when I suddenly heard and saw 2 stray dogs barking at a bush on the right side exterior of the driveway gate. I passed it on as a cat or as an opossum. Here's where things took a darker turn. At 1:20 p.m, I woke from a vibrating and pressurizing sensation in my left ear. My cousin and brother were still snoring away. I don't know why, but something urged me to look out of the driveway window in my room. I saw through the iron gate some humanoid silhouette, which looked about 6'2", crouchers walking in a swift way, pacing from one direction to another. And then it just blended into the darkness and vanished in one clean moment. After viewing that, my stomach began to ache and I was in a lot of pain and distress. And I just remembered crashing onto the bed to drift off. The next morning, I just decided to keep what I saw last night private. After I finished my breakfast, I got dressed and went downstairs to the driveway gate to examine the perimeter for any forms of past activity. And I saw massive bare feet footprints, which were in a trail of circles. But for the rest of the week, nothing else happened. To this day, I still don't know if what I saw was real or a hallucination. But if what I saw that night was actually true, then that wasn't a human or some domestic animal. I believe that it was something more supernatural. I'm from Australia, and when I was 8 years old, my family lived in a house off the Pacific Highway. It backed off to Bushland and had quite a large backyard. I used to play outside all the time because of this. One day, I was outside as usual and heard my mum call my name, so I ran inside to see what she wanted, hoping for lunchtime. When I got there, she was busy washing up. She said, "Where were you off to in a hurry?" She'd been watching me from the kitchen window, which overlooked the backyard. I said, "You called me in." She said that she had not called me, and that I must be imagining things. I just thought she was messing with me at first and said, "Come on, Mum, why'd you call me?" She stopped what she was doing and looked down at me and said, "Sweetie, I didn't call you. Maybe you just heard the neighbors yelling and it sounded like me." I was adamant it was her. It sounded exactly the same as the hundreds of other times she called me. I started to get a little grumpy and said it was definitely her. She told me to go back to playing and that lunch will be ready soon. This is when I started to cry and demand that she stop messing with me. Suddenly, I had her attention, and she asked why I was so sure it was her. I told her the reasoning, that it sounded exactly like her. She eventually comforted me and convinced me it was my imagination. The next week went by as normal, until one night I awoke to a tapping and scratching noise. I looked around. When my eyes adjusted to the light, I couldn't see anything in my room. So I just assumed it was an animal in the walls or roof. Possums quite commonly come into the house for warmth and to nest in Australia, so I tried to get back to sleep. It went on for what felt like half an hour, so I looked around again and listened closely to the noise. I saw something in my peripherals at my window. I gazed over and saw what to this day still gives me nightmares. I'm 26 now. It was a thin figure about 2 inches wide. It had elongated arms and fingers, all black and white eyes. It was tapping on my window while staring right at me. I stared at it for a moment, not believing what I was seeing, thinking I must be dreaming. For some reason, I just felt like it was toying with me, like it was saying, "I'm coming to get you." Fear took over. I stuffed my head under the blanket and screamed as loudly as I could, "Mom!" I didn't stop screaming and didn't hear my mum come in. When she grabbed the blanket to see what was wrong, I jumped back, thinking that whatever the hell was outside my window had got in. She asked, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" I pointed over to the window and said that. It was gone, and she asked me what was it. I explained what I had seen, slowly as I was trembling and could barely get the words out to describe it. She said I could sleep in her room. I didn't get any sleep that night, not for the next few nights afterwards. I can still see the image in my mind as clear as the night it happened, 18 years ago. It's made me afraid of the dark. I sleep with the lights or TV on still. I've tried to rationalize it. I've tried to find answers in paranormal sightings, folklore, and dreamtime stories. I thought when I found the answer, when about 5 years ago, I learnt about mimi spirits. They resembled what I saw at first until I read and discussed with elders that they're small and shy, are in no way harmful. They look after the land and don't like interacting with other beings. So I crossed that off as a possibility. I have no idea what it was, but I have a feeling that it was the thing that called my name, mimicking my mother's voice. Much like a skinwalker does. However, we have no tales of those in Australia. The closest thing to that here is a bunyip, a shapeshifter that lives in billabongs and attacks passing travellers. Well, there were no bodies of water nearby, so I also crossed that off. I have thought that maybe it was all in my head, that my mother was right, it was just my imagination. Yet still, the image is so strongly imprinted in me, as is the voice. I have no idea if it was real or if it was something trying to lure me away. What I do know is I'll remember it till the day I die. To preface, I work as a resident advisor in a building that I lived in as a resident the year before. I'm familiar with the building, its layout, who lived and does live there, and its particular bumps and creaks. Experience 1. I live in a double room on the second floor. My roommate will be gone the entire day. He had a girlfriend in a different area and would stay there. And I'd returned from classes or a walk on the weekend to find my stuff would be moved around my room. Finally, getting fed up, I confronted him, to which he told me that his stuff was also shifting around. I certainly didn't touch his stuff, and were the only two with the key to the room. We start talking deeper on the subject and mention how we feel like we're being watched from the closet. We try to build a rational explanation, but it's really difficult to explain since neither of us are at fault with sole access to the room. I'm religious, he's not, but we're both spooked enough that we decided to go to the Catholic church down the street the next day, fill a reusable water bottle with holy water, and bless the room with it. We don't get to it that day, but decide to go to the next. He has classes from noon till evening, and I have none, so he leaves. I do some work for an hour and decide to take a nap. I sleep on my side, so I'm facing away from the closet, but I turn when I sleep, so I wake up turned towards the closet. I'm uncomfortable, so I go to turn on the lamp, which is on the other side of the bed, and I see a woman in a black dress standing over me. I'm extraordinarily frightened, blink, and she's gone. I reduced that experience to a sleep paralysis episode, which I haven't ever suffered from. Said my prayers to ease myself, and gave up on trying to fall back asleep. I never mentioned this to anyone, because I don't want to be seen as crazy, not even my roommate. The next day, we get the holy water and bless the room. It feels lighter, but to make sure, I invite a friend who claims to be a psychic to read the room, and she says it's clear. There are no incidences in that room. Experience 2. Now I'm an RA, and I've been assigned to the same building that I lived in the year before. Residents are moving in the upcoming weekend. My floor is entirely empty. Part of our job was to go room to room and check for damages, so that residents wouldn't be charged for anything they didn't do. It's mid-August, and the 70-year-old overly insulated brick building is quite literally 1,000,000,000 degrees. I've seen enough movies to know you never enter a dark room alone, so I call my friend on FaceTime and grab a flashlight with new batteries. Now, I begin the process of going room to room. I'd quickly scan with my flashlight to find the light switch, then I check around. All is well and good, until I come to one room. I unlock the door with the building's master key, and immediately, I notice that the room is freezing cold. Every other room is swelteringly hot, but this one is like a window left fully open in January levels of cold. I'm uncomfortable, but I have to do my job. The minute that I cross the threshold of the door, both my flashlights with my new batteries and my fully charged phone turned off. I noped right out of there and had to sit on my heater in my room for 15 minutes to decompress. I returned to finish my examination 20 minutes later, and the room is boiling hot like all the others. I cannot explain this. Experience 3. I've moved in on duty with the other RAs, and it's a mixed group of people who worked in the building I'm in last year and this current year. Our shift is 4 hours long, so we're meandering when we start talking about how some strange things have happened. One of the RAs says that her friend used to live in the building, and her story goes like this. The friend woke up one night around 2 a.m. and had to use the bathroom. She gets up and opens the door and sees a woman in a black dress walking down the hall and turning into where the bathrooms are. When she gets to the bathrooms, they're both vacant, and the woman is nowhere to be found. Now I'm weirded out because I haven't told her about my experiences yet, but the description matches mine. The other RA mentions an episode where she woke up early in the morning and watched a black, shadowy figure cross from her door to the window and disappear. She also mentions that her room was freezing cold, which would have been weird for late April, but not unheard of. Now I tell my experiences, and we conclude that there is something happening. Upon research and some digging, we find that a woman had passed away in the building from a heroin overdose. Apparently, she and her boyfriend were shooting up one night when she took too much. The boyfriend was a dealer, and this was still a harsh war on drugs period, so he fled, leaving her to die alone. Her family sued, and the case was dismissed with prejudice, meaning it couldn't go to court again. Whether that woman is the same woman who haunts this building is unknown, but our building staff got together one night and politely asked whoever is here to please leave us alone, and that we were sorry that happened to them. We haven't had any experiences since, and hopefully won't have any more at all. I swear that everything above is true. It scares me, and it makes me very anxious even typing it. I hope that there may be some thoughts to help clarify or expand this encounter, or maybe even if this was one ghost or more, since it seemed to respond to holy water and also a request for peace. In the fall of 2018, my husband and I went on a vacation to Spain, specifically Ibiza and Barcelona. As we were trying to fly home, our local connecting flight was delayed, which made us miss our international flight home to the US. So we had to stay an extra night in Barcelona. We booked a random chain hotel, Renaissance I think. We checked in, settled in our room, everything seemed normal. And we got in bed to go to sleep. When I sleep, I wear an eye mask and earplugs because I'm a light sleeper. But on this night, as I was trying to fall asleep, I was thinking of nothing in particular when all of a sudden an image of a demon's face flashed behind my eyelids, and I had this evil energy around me. I then felt like I was being pushed down into the mattress and was being separated from my body. The best way I can explain it is if you've seen the movie Get Out, when they take over his consciousness and he falls into the darkness, and it's like he's looking through a small window. Anyway, I remember trying to yell my husband's name, but I couldn't. I felt like someone or something was taking over my body. Then all of a sudden, I had control again, but the evil feeling was still there, and I didn't dare take off my eye mask, because I didn't want to see anything that might be in our room. So I laid there with my heart racing. I eventually got to a point where I tried falling asleep again, and it happened again, with the demon's image of a face flashing in my eyes. Took a while, but I was able to finally fall asleep. Sounds like sleep paralysis, right? But here's the weird part. When we woke up in the morning, before I even had the chance to tell my husband what happened, the first thing that came out of his mouth was that he had multiple nightmares. I told him about my experience, and I asked him what his nightmares were about. He said he felt like he was travelling in and out of hell, kind of like Keanu Reeves in Constantine. My husband never has nightmares, but he said these were really freaky. Curious to know anyone's thoughts. Still to this day, I've never experienced anything like that. I'd never experienced something like that before in Spain either. I'm 31. Back when I was just a kid in high school, I would explore abandoned places. First, it was just stuff in town that I could ride my bike to. But once I had my first car, I went all over. October of my junior year, I had devised a plan to scare the hell out of my two little cousins. I was going to prank them at an abandoned house. I just needed to find the right one. Luckily, my weightlifting partner had the perfect place. I call it the Hewitt house. I'll call him Billy, but that ain't his name. Billy told me his grandfather was a farmer. He owned a ton of property, and the lot across the highway from him had a house on it. It had been empty for about 10 years, ever since this old woman, who he originally purchased the land from, had died. I told him it sounded perfect. Old home, easy access, someone died in it. What more could I want? But Billy told me right then and there that this place really was haunted. He didn't go in alone. He never stayed long, and never at night. He then told me the story about how the house was finally transferred to his grandfather. His grandma bought all the land, about 80 acres, from this couple. The agreement was that once they passed, the final plot their house was on would then exchange into his hands. Not long after, the old man died, but the woman lived a while. Just her and her dog, all alone. One day, her granddaughter came out to visit, but when she got there, Grandma wouldn't answer the door. As if that wasn't concerning enough, her damn dog was barking and growling like the devil himself was in him. She drove back across the street to tell Billy's granddad what was up. Billy's grandfather went over, found the dog in its state. He tried what he could to temper the dog down, but eventually he gave up. He went back to his truck, got his gun and killed the dog. They went in to check on the old lady, but the stench said enough. They think she'd been dead maybe 2 weeks. Her faithful mutt waited most of that time before dining on parts of her limbs. Well, now we have a story. That Friday, Billy, my girlfriend at the time, and myself drove up to the Hewitt house. It was clearly abandoned. The bushes in the front growing almost so large as to consume the front end. You could almost miss the house from the road, so high was the shrubbery. But we pulled into the driveway and went around the back. The place was solid. It had settled some. The foundation must have sunken somehow. The door frames for some of the rooms were twisted. Some doors couldn't close. There was a line on the main floor, and the basement steps exiting the living room were all crooked. It was terribly disheveled. Trash was heaped everywhere. It looked like Billy had maybe come in and just broke shit at some time. We looked it over, and it was creepy. You came in through the back kitchen. This led right into the dining room, which if I stood in the entrance of the kitchen, I could look left to a set of stairs going up, and a set of stairs going down into the basement. Standing in the same position, I could look right into a bathroom that went straight through to a small bedroom. At 10 o'clock was a smoke room, and at 3 o'clock was a small open living room. The small living room was adjoined the tiny bedroom that connected to the downstairs bathroom. If we cleaned it up some, this would be a great space for my plan. After we looked around, we headed upstairs. It was small up there. Only a small landing with an open access to an attic that was the roof over the kitchen, and 2 small bedrooms with a quarter bath. The first bedroom had been a sewing room. The second, furthest down, had been the largest with the small bath. The 3 of us checked it out, openly discussing ideas to scare my cousins. When I sat on the bed inside the largest bedroom, I knew immediately what I had done. I got up like I'd sat on a needle. Billy looked at me from the doorway, very pale-like. I looked back at the old bed. The bare mattress showed a ruddy dark stain all along its frayed edges. It was like a pale rust nail had been dumped there. Or blood. That night, we did some cleaning up. I set some items to the side I used to scare my cousins. A couple chairs, some pans, a lamp, blankets, and this creepy-ass doll. It was an old fabric doll with an old plastic head. The one everyone knows where the eyes close as you lay it down. It was so old, rotted, and looked straight out of a horror film. I put it in the chair in the living room as I intended to make its centerpiece. We came back a few times that October. Take a couple bags of trash here and there and hang out. There was a lot of junk, but something started to stick with me. First, Billy never stayed long and he left as soon as the sun began to go down. This is Michigan, so in October it starts to set early. But the most alarming thing to me was the house itself. The doors were all jacked up, hard to open, near impossible to fully close. Yet each time we came, some would be open, some would be closed. Drawers in the kitchen would be on the floor, cupboards wide open, and lastly, the fucking doll would always be somewhere else. The second time we came, it was under the window. The third time I found it in the smoking room. The fourth time, I never found it. Halloween was a big night. I ran out to a store and bought some glow-in-the-dark paint markers, fake blood, and snacks. Because horror is scary. Shopping made us late, so we went to the place around 8 p.m. It's after dark, so Billy is somewhere else. They just left me and my girlfriend to set up some of the scares. We went in through the back door, through the kitchen, but both of us stopped dead at the entrance of the living room. Every goddamn door was closed. I had this little mag light from my car. I shone it around, speaking aloud my observation when Jody says the chair is moved. Sure enough, the old metal rocker was against the window with that creepy doll on it. I couldn't believe it. I went right across the room and grabbed the doll. Jody took off behind me, running into the bathroom. "What the hell are you doing?" I shouted, half scared, stupid. I spun around to see her red hair in the light right behind me. "That's not me," she whispers, her voice quivering as she does. Confusion gave way to an abstract terror as the door to the downstairs bathroom slams shut just behind her. I hear what can only be described as a gale force rush through that bathroom into the small bedroom. It blew its way through the bags of clothing and debris we had bagged and stuffed into the small bedroom as some makeshift dumpster. We ran out as fast as we could. Whatever was in that room just threw shit around like it was nothing. There were loud thuds and banging like the dressers were being toppled over and the old mattress were being swung at the walls. I made it to the door before Jodie. I turned to make sure she followed, as yet another bang of the door could be heard. She was in near tears as we ran out into the lawn. We sat in my car, staring that house down as it was awash in the glow of my headlights. Jodie wouldn't come back. She was a good Christian girl, and whatever it was that was there was some sort of evil. I drove slowly past the house as we pulled out, shining it to see if maybe I got punked. Billy and his friends had maybe come out to get one over on me, but there was no one else. There was no truck. Even as I sat in the drive not wanting to pull out, hoping that maybe I would catch a glimpse of some light or someone in the shadows. But aside from the bushes up front, it was all just empty fields. Billy's truck wasn't home down the street at his grandfather's either, meaning he wasn't home. I dropped Jodie off, then went to grab my cousins. I told them what had happened, and they didn't believe me. We grabbed some food, some drinks, and then went back to the Hewitt house. Once I got there, Billy and his friends were just arriving themselves. We went inside together. I didn't say a word to them, but I was scared shitless. We walked into the kitchen, and I lost my breath. Every cupboard, every drawer, every door, everything was open. Much of the stuff we had cleaned up, it was all over the place again. The only thing that looked like it was left was the bag of fake blood and markers lying in the middle of the floor, right there in the living room. Billy and his friends tried scaring my cousins. They used firecrackers, shouted dumb ghost noises, and even went outside to a window at one point to bang on the glass. It was all just stupid, childish things. But for what it's worth, it worked a little for them. In the years since, I've poked around inside a lot of abandoned places. I've had a couple strange experiences and ran into a squatter or two, but there was never been anything like the Hewitt house. You can still find the place if you find yourself out here in Michigan. I drive by it myself from time to time. Its rot has consumed a lot of it by now. The structure isn't safe by any means, but to this day, every time I go by, I can still hear those footsteps, the doors, and Jodie whispering, "That's not me." My old primary school was creepy to me. I remember always being scared of walking around the halls, and I hated being in classrooms there. There was nothing wrong with the schools, it just creeped me out. It was quite a nice school and wasn't that old, so I'm not sure why it creeped me out so much. One day, it was really sunny. I was about 10 or 11, and my teacher sent me and my two other friends to get some sports equipment from the hall, as he wanted us to do PE outside to be in the sun. The rest of the class went outside, and me and my two friends went to the sport hall. First, I'll say how the hall was structured. The hall was huge. There were 6 doors in the hall. 2 led to a path that brought you to the pitch at the back of the school. 1 was an exit to a hall leading to more classrooms, and another led to the principal's office. The other 2 doors were for the storeroom where all our sports equipment was kept, and the other to a small kitchen that teachers would use for their lunch and when cooking with their class. All of the doors in this hall were extremely heavy, and there was no way of closing them without hearing a loud bang. It didn't help that the walls were flat, so the sound of the doors echoed throughout the hall. If someone would come in, you could hear the doors and their footsteps. We entered the hall to get tennis rackets, and assumed because the rackets weren't needed until later, we would sit and talk for a bit before heading to PE. I checked the kitchen to check no one was there, and we went into the storeroom to grab the rackets. The door had 2 windows, but they were only small slits, but they were big enough so you could see out them. We stopped talking while searching for the required sports equipment and went to leave. One of the girls I was with turned off the light and went to grab the handle of the storeroom door, while the other girl and I stood behind her. Right when she wanted to open the door, someone walked past the door. I don't mean they were far away from the door, they were right beside it. The figure was tall and didn't even look at us. It was like a shadow. It had no definitive features apart from what I thought was football gear. We all froze and stood there staring at the door. The following conversation went as so. Girl in front of us, did you see that? Me and other girl, yes. Girl beside me, it was probably someone in 6th class, the year above us, as the figure was tall. We opened the doors and I went and checked the kitchen. No one. When we had seen, it went in the direction of the doors leading outside, which were significantly louder than the others. They were closed shut and we hadn't seen anyone outside it. Panicked, we left the hall and just stayed silent. When we got to the back pitch where our class was, we told them all what had happened, and they all followed it up by telling us their own experiences in the hall, with whispers, hearing people walking when they were alone in the halls, etc. I had experiences, like hearing people walk in the hall when it was empty, but never seen anything up to that point. The girl who was beside me in the storeroom described the same thing as me, a dark figure that spread quickly across the window of the door. Later that day, me and one of the girls were sent on a message for our teacher and walked all that was filled with pictures of classes from previous years. Everyone always stopped in that hall to look at our old class photos. So we stopped and looked at the older pictures and were taken when a lot of our teachers attended the school. On the wall, there was a memorial for a young boy who had attended the school about 20 years before us, who unfortunately passed away. My friend looked at it confused, and looked at me confused. I asked her what was wrong, and she said, "Wasn't that the boy who walked past the storeroom in the hall this morning?" I was pretty sure she was just trying to scare me, but the boy in the picture was wearing a sports uniform. To be more specific, a football uniform. To this day, I can't explain what we saw in that hall, and it makes it even creepier that we all saw it and recalled seeing similar things. I've been staying with my grandparents for about a week, sleeping in an upstairs bedroom. Admittedly, the room hasn't been used in about a year, and I was the only one upstairs. My grandparents are spiritual, religious, and pray several times a day, and we share a wall with a holy shrine of sorts, which is why I'm confused as to whether it was truly paranormal or not. Every night for the past 5 or 4 days, I've been waking up gasping at around 5 in the morning. And for a brief moment, I can clearly see something in front of me. It doesn't have a humanoid body. If anything, I'm guessing it's an apparition of some sorts. When I wake, it floats towards me, extending its reach, and by the time I come to my senses, it isn't there anymore. The first few days I was convinced I was seeing things solely because I was tired and not getting enough sleep. I've been prone to seeing things when I get too little sleep, but they've always been hallucinations of people I know. Nothing sinister. But this time I'd see a shapeless form, somewhat like that tunnel thingy from Donnie Darko, if that makes sense. Almost amoeboid. Somewhat clear, but visible, with a metallic sheen like liquid mercury today. However, I woke up in the same way, and it was much closer. Literally inches from the foot of my bed. And it had a humanoid form, but skeletal. Like the framework of a mannequin, with the same metallic clear appearance. And it was floating towards me. And this time, I could see it for moments after I came to my senses, moving towards me. My stomach sank and I felt dread. I blinked, and then it was gone. I know that it wasn't sleep paralysis, because I was able to move and sit up straight immediately. I knew I saw something. I've had paranormal experiences as a child, and I've seen things before, just never in this form, which is why I'm curious. If anyone's experienced something similar, I'd love to know. Or if not, I'd love to hear possible theories as to why or how I saw what I did. For a long time, my partner and I used to live in shared accommodation. We've only just moved out and are incredibly relieved to be free of that nightmare. Our experience began a few months after we'd moved in. I woke up in the middle of the night to a look of fear in my partner's eyes, a look I'd never seen before. Apparently, I'd been talking in my sleep, which isn't incredibly uncommon, but hadn't happened in a very long time. I'd been talking to a man that was in our room, apparently. I dismissed this as a dream that I just didn't recall. My partner thought otherwise, however, and honestly, I wish I believed them straight away. He would appear to me every night in my dreams, tall and malnourished. So tall that he had to bend his neck to the side and stoop just to fit in the room. Every single one of his bones were incredibly defined and visible, and his arms were unnaturally long. Too long. He had elongated fingers and gnarled feet, wispy strands of hair and dark skin, as if he'd been sitting in the sun for centuries. His hands and feet were much darker shades than the rest of his body, though, as if he'd been digging through dirt. The scariest feature he had, however, were his sickeningly bright yellow pupils. Unnaturally bright. The darkness would be so thick that you could barely discern any of his features, all except those piercing eyes, however. One night, I had gone downstairs to grab some ice cream. Came back up to see my partner cowering in the corner at the opposite end of the room. I hurried to their side and was told that they could hear someone running around downstairs and crashing into things. They thought somebody had broken in and assaulted me, then proceeded to run up the stairs and stand directly outside our room. I just note that while I was downstairs, I had heard absolutely none of this commotion, and had no knowledge of the situation my partner thought they could hear. I believe them, though. I've never seen them so afraid, and they're a terrible liar, so I can always tell when they are. Another night, there was a really intense storm. Thunder, lightning, lashing rain, the lot. We were standing under cover having a cigarette before bed, when a particularly bright fork of lightning went off above us, and for that split second, the sky was illuminated. He was there in front of us. About 20 got away, now stood up straight and still holding us in his gaze, with those almost hypnotically bright pupils. Both of us saw him. Both of us were frozen in place and helpless. I remember my partner grabbing my arm. I'll never forget his face. Expressionless, yet full of malice. His presence was overwhelming, and we could do nothing but stand and stare as another lightning strike went off, and revealed him to be much closer. Again, he was only visible for that split second, but that's all we needed to know, that we were no longer safe. Too stubborn to leave, we just ran to our room and tried to sleep. I dream of him every night. I know he plagues the thoughts of my partner too. A couple of days ago, while showing her around our new house, my niece looked at me and asked, "Is that room for the tall man? I don't like him very much. He says horrible things about you and my partner." Before proceeding to answer any of the questions about him, I presented to her, "I know he's here now. I just pray he doesn't hurt my partner or niece." This will be in chronological order, 2 years back to now, and will also state whose experience it is. Roommate B. Since moving in, she has felt a sense of uneasiness and fear whenever in the dark. She worked late shifts and was always coming back at 2 or 3 a.m. every night. And whenever we would all go to bed and leave all the lights off, she said she never felt safe. So we would always leave the living room or kitchen light on for her. The feeling she blamed on the demon that she believes followed her from the dawns. Me? I've started to see from my peripheral this black figure peer out from behind a wall while I'm in the kitchen. There have been many times I would think that it was my hair or my glasses. However, this keeps popping up whenever my hair is up. And also, I never see it anywhere else, only when I'm in the kitchen. There was a time when I was in the kitchen alone. The figure had come out from behind the wall and walked up behind me. I heard the footsteps and everything. Of course, when I turned around, nothing was there. I don't feel bad vibes from it. I still see now every time I'm in the kitchen. roommate A and B, and me. We start to hear footsteps outside our doors. My roommates have heard it only a couple of times, but eventually chalked it up to being our upstairs neighbours, and the creaks just sounded like it was on our floor. I believed them at first, but then it started to happen when nobody was in the apartment, on break. And on a few occasions, I've heard the same creaks in my room. These I also do not fear, they just kind of annoy me. Roommate B. She started to feel unsafe in her room. There's a dark spot by her doorway that she says feels like something watching her. It's not good energy. At this time, she started to leave her LED lights on so that her room was never in the dark. There was an instance when A turned off her lights to save energy. We were not paying for utilities at this time, and this sets B off. Roommate B. A went home for break, and B says that the apartment feels safe now, and now believes that whatever is attached to her, B, was brought from A. C and I believe that it's something that came up from the negative tension between A and B. Now this has cleared up a lot for B, and she started to see and feel less things with A not being there. I, however, still am seeing and feeling whatever the shadow figure is. We've now concluded there are multiple things in our apartment. Roommate B. A comes back, and B starts to feel unsafe again. Me. Nearing finals, I was stressing over essays I had to get done, and had locked myself in my room and had headphones on to block out my roommates who were watching TV in the living room. My room shares a wall with the living room. I started to hear knocking on my door, so I'd ask what to see what they wanted, but there was no reply. For the next hour, there'd be constant knocking on my door, and progressively getting more frustrated, I'd raise my voice again asking, what? I took off my headphones and walked over to the door to see if I could catch my roommates running away, thinking they were messing with me, but nothing. I went back to my desk and had left only one side of the headphone over my ear. I started typing again, and 10 or 15 minutes in, there was banging on my door. The solid 3 bangs were all that was needed to set me off. I got up and went to the living room, and rage-filled was yelling at my roommates. Who's doing that? I'm fucking working on my project, and I've had enough. B and C stared at me, dumbfounded. They'd been sitting on the couch, watching a movie this whole time. A came out of her room and walked to the bathroom. I asked if it was her, and she denied. I didn't focus on her too much, because she's more kept to herself, whereas B and C are always playing tricks. To cool myself off, I went to the bathroom to wash my face, and from the peripheral of my eye, I saw a little girl in a white gown standing in the hallway, looking into the bathroom. The girl looked like B, so I went out of the bathroom and went back to the living room, and told her to quit it, but she said she was sitting there the whole time, and C said so too. We have 2 sinks in the bathroom, and A was using the other one, so it wasn't her either. I've never had this experience since then, and have never seen the little girl after either. I don't know if it was from the stress from my finals that got to me, but this was by far my most compelling experience in something. Roommate B. She started practicing with her tarot cards. Like I said earlier, she has no prior experience with this, and was trying for the first time with me. Her reading for me was pretty accurate, and all things that I believe really resonated with me. I encouraged her to keep trying it out, and that's what she did. Now, it was her and C. C did not want to partake in it, but was watching B do a reading for herself. During this time, B was having trouble figuring out her relationship with somebody, and had decided to use the reading to help her get direction. C and I have been talking to her about her relationship with this person, and have given her a lot of advice too, but she never took our word. From what C said, the cards were telling her the exact same things we would tell her, and yet again, B refused to take its words. She started to say a lot of disrespectful things to the cards, and kept saying that it doesn't know what it's talking about. Roommate C. C, not really believing in these things, had come up to me, and said that lately she'd been feeling a little uneasy in the apartment. She believes that it started since B had done the tarot readings. C and I have no background in tarot reading, and do not know or understand everything behind it. But we believe that whatever C started feeling is because B was being disrespectful towards her spirit guides. B has also not been good mentally and has been to therapy, but has given up on that and is only turning to things involved with witchcraft, crystals, and astrology. There's nothing wrong with turning to these, but C and I think that it's not safe for her to be contacting spirits, while her head is currently in a very negative state. Roommate A moves out the apartment. This is for personal reasons. She doesn't believe in the paranormal. Roommate B does not feel or see anything anymore, but watches a lot of scary movies, and so scares herself. Still mentions her fear of the dark, but it goes away after a couple days. Roommate C feels uneasy now because of what she believes B brought into the apartment. Wants her pastor to cleanse the entire apartment, but B will not let her, for the same reason C does not want B to cleanse the apartment with sage. Me? I still see the dark figure when I'm in the kitchen. I also hear footsteps occasionally, but have ultimately decided that it's the neighbours. Now, we're moving out of this apartment in a week, and moving into a new place, the three of us. I'll come back to this if anything follows us to the new house. This started happening about a year ago. I'm posting this just to see if anyone knows why this is happening, or how to stop it. The first encounter was last spring, when me and my friend decided to go hiking on this trail that's about a 10-minute walk from my house. We were about half a mile into the trail when we heard it. It was a woman screaming for her life. She yelled and pleaded with us to come help, but when we yelled back to ask if we should call someone, she didn't answer and kept repeating asking us to come help her. I'd like to say that we immediately left the woods and called the police, but we didn't. Something in our 15-year-old minds convinced us that it would be safe for us to go check it out ourselves. We armed ourselves with rocks and headed down the trail when we heard another voice telling the women to shut up or they'd kill her. Then both voices went silent. This is when we finally called the non-emergency police line, who referred us to 911, who told us to exit the trail and wait for an officer. And about 10 minutes later, one showed up. Like the police in most of these stories, they were no help and were very suspicious of two teenage girls calling in a possible homicide. They supposedly searched the whole 10-mile trail in about 20 minutes and came back and told us they found nothing, but took our names down and told us they would get back to us if anything came up. But I guess nothing did, because I never heard from them again. When I got home, I told my sister, and this is when she told me she thought it might have been a skinwalker, a native legend that our father had told us about. The skinwalker will try to lure you by disguising itself as someone you know or who needs help. I told her that was crazy, but it still lingered in the back of my mind. The next encounter took place a few nights later. I was walking the dogs with my sister when she looked over and sort of chuckled as she said, "Why is that trash can in the middle of the road?" I looked past the gate of our community and I saw it. It was a wide creature with skinny legs and arms with hands that looked like claws. I told her that I didn't think it was a trash can, but I didn't know what it was. It then started moving towards us in a strange way that didn't look human, but it didn't exactly look like the way an animal moved either. I don't think I've ever run so fast in my entire life. As soon as we got home, we told my mom, and she looked at us like she thought we were crazy. But when we told my dad, he looked worried, and he told us about his experience when he was camping, and saw something eerily similar to what we saw. We didn't walk the dogs at night for a good amount of time, until we felt like things were normal again. Nothing happened for a while, and everything felt safe again. This happened in January. I had made new friends, and we were hanging out one night, when one of them decided to show the rest of us a hideout they had made in the woods. A little stupid to go out in the woods at night, I know, but it was a fine neighbourhood, and it felt safe enough at the time. We were walking through the woods when suddenly we heard someone screaming for help. It was a man this time. I had learned my lesson from last time, and I snapped at my friends to run and go back to the car. When we were back in the car, I told them about the skinwalkers and my previous experiences, and they looked at me like I was crazy until I pulled up a video of a supposed skinwalker sighting that sounded exactly like what we had just heard. I didn't go to the woods at night for a while after that, but eventually I forgot it even happened and returned to the woods. The next encounter happened about a month ago. I thought it was over after those encounters, but apparently not. I was walking to the woods with one of my friends that was with me for the previous encounter when I dropped my phone. He pulled out his flashlight and helped me look for it because it was pitch black. That's when I heard it. This time, a little boy screaming for help. I couldn't quite make out what he was saying, but I had heard enough. I told my friend we should get out of there, and we did. The next encounter happened a few weeks ago. Me and my sister were walking her dog when we heard someone screaming incoherently. We yelled back to ask if they needed help, but the voice just kept screaming. I told my sister we needed to go back, and we did. The most recent encounter happened 2 nights ago. Me and my friends were walking around a ditch by their house. We didn't think it would be dangerous because we'd gone there at night before. We were about half a mile away from the car when we saw it. My friend thought it was just a sign, but then it moved. It was a creature with horns or arms that it raised above its head. We could only see the outline of it because it was pitch black except for a streetlight, but it was clearly there and started moving towards us. We booked it to the car and went back to my house. I haven't been outside past dark since. I haven't told anyone about this last encounter over fear of scrutiny for going back to outside after what happened, but I feel like I have to tell someone. I know this isn't as scary as some of the other stories here, but I'm genuinely fearing for my life. I don't know what this creature wants or how to get rid of it, but it feels good to get this off my chest. I legitimately grew up in a haunted house. It's not like in the movies. There's sometimes months between events and then something happens, and it just surrounds you with an oppressive feeling. Always feeling watched, uncomfortable, and unwelcome there in an otherwise wonderful childhood and family. Growing up, I was scared of that place, but I didn't know why. I loved being there, but it was creepy. I'd hear footsteps in the attic, which wasn't even walkable. It was unfinished. I'd see dark shapes moving at night, but the worst thing to happen was one night I couldn't fall asleep. It was like 11 p.m, which was late for me. I was watching cartoons and out of nowhere, a stack of loose leaves flung off a shelf and went halfway across the room, papers flying everywhere. I turned on the lights so fast, it had to be a record. Coming from a huge family, it was almost unheard of to be home alone. But one Thanksgiving after a shift at CVS, I went home to change before meeting up with my family at an aunt's house. I'm upstairs in my room when I hear, clear as day, footsteps of someone walking around, opening and closing cabinets, and the trash can. I went down thinking someone was waiting for me to give them a ride. When I realised that I was actually alone, I was hit with a feeling of dread and felt surrounded, so I noped out of there. My little sister, at about 6 years old, with tears in her eyes, mentioned the shadows that move around and are darker than the darkest parts of the room. My dad, who's the biggest skeptic and yells at us all for scaring ourselves whenever we talk about our experiences, came downstairs one night, pale as humanly possible. For reference, he's Italian and so tan that as a kid, I thought he was a black man. And told us that while watching the Yankees game in his room, he felt like someone was there, so he rolled over and there was a shadowy figure just leaning over the bed staring at him. He believed us after that. I had a dream that my dad was going to ask me to put away the Christmas decorations in the basement. I brought down the nativity and remembered thinking, I probably shouldn't let baby Jesus be face down, for some reason, so I made sure I placed him face up. When I went down with the next few things, I noticed he was face down and was like, fuck, that's not good. And then I looked up and saw a 7-foot tall shadow figure with a weird wolf-like head on a humanoid body. Without facing me or moving, it kind of just spoke into my head, "I found you," over and over until I woke up. There's many more stories to tell, but basically, those are most of the biggest. In general, it's just a day-to-day feeling of being watched or creeped out. I had trouble sleeping there because I always felt like something was there when I closed my eyes. But thank God that I've moved. I've not experienced even a tenth of that stuff. But I still randomly will get a little feeling or hear a faint whisper. It's funny, I live literally with a cemetery as my backyard and experience practically nothing compared to that house. Little bit of background. At the time, I was living in a pretty big house in a small village that was scarcely populated. Our house had 3 floors and a basement, and also belonged to different people throughout its history. I lived there with my parents, 2 siblings, and my grandfather. The top floor was for him. And very often got visitors, also for the night. As you can imagine, I was rarely home alone. At the time of the story, I was between 8 and 11 years old. I'm not given exact times of the descriptions. I am at this point 22, and as a kid, I was never keeping track of the years. I remember a lot of stuff, but it's not its exact placement in time, but they are placed chronologically. As a member of a fighting family, as I called it at the time, military members, police officers, etc., I was always trained to face problems in life intelligently and with a clear mind. So even as a child, I tried to find explanations for many things and tried not to fear them. Whether it was a forest at night or some weird places my family showed me, places they found criminals at, I was never fearful of ghosts or some made-up creatures as most kids are. Just unease at most. But our house was different. I moved in there when I was 7. I never felt wanted there. At least in the beginning, it was just that. I dismissed any classic paranormal activities due to the amount of people that were in our home. Doors shutting loudly, banging at doors or windows. We also had a few trees close to one of the sides, so even on upper floors, it was explainable to some degree. Items that shouldn't be where I found them. It was always either wind, or my older siblings doing stupid jokes, or anything you can come up with. I'm also sure, or rather hope, that most of it was truly just that. So it was all okay, and for the most part, I just felt weird and unwanted in our house. But there, I always had those damned nightmares. I never connected them with that home, to be honest. But as I was reflecting upon my life lately, I realised that they stopped very quickly after we moved out from there, and that I never dreamed of them when we stayed at someone else's place. I'm sure you had at least one dream where you felt everything. The food you've eaten, the grass under your toes, the water, the wind, everything either as if it was real, or even much stronger. I had dreams like that at least once a night, and I was eaten alive in such dreams, or disemboweled, or tortured, killed, repeatedly. Killed, then woken up, fell asleep, and killed again in the next dream, and repeat. Buried alive, shot at, pushed out the window, and felt my body break after hitting the ground. Burned, torn into pieces, and every possible combination of those. I know these pains were real, because later, or during that time, whenever I was even strongly wounded, I didn't care about it. Skin torn to bone on my leg, which will come up later. Skin and flesh cracked deeply from a bat hit and fall from a few meters high. Slingshot to my back. Nothing was enough for me to cry longer than just a sometimes very short moment. If I even cried at all. I just felt like that guy in a movie who says stuff like, "I've been through worse," and I was a child. The turning point for me was that one time I went to the basement. At home, it was only me and my grandpa, but he was on his floor, the 3rd. It was a hot summer, and I wanted to grab something from the cellar. That time I went down felt different though. It was a basement, but due to us living on one side of a hill, It was basically just another floor when looking from one side. Oftentimes it got warm, for cellar standards, especially because the sun could perfectly reach this one wall. This time it was warm there, but all the time I had a chilling cold at my back. After entering, I went deeper. It consisted of several rooms, and I had warm air everywhere around me, besides my back. And the deeper I went, the more I had the feeling I should turn around and go back up. After reaching the middle of the whole place, it had one central room with 2 rooms next to it and 2 corridors. I dismissed this thought of turning away. Aloud, I said bullshit to raise my spirits, and something fell in the boiler room. I turned around and felt this cold move from before my face to my back. I felt it moving. At that moment, I stopped caring about what could fall down and felt frozen in place. I don't know how long it took, but finally I started moving sideways in the direction of the corridor I came from. I felt as if my back went from cold to frozen at that time, and I didn't dare to turn around again. I started shivering, so cold it went. When something fell again behind me, I wailed silently, I think, and slowed down that movement to tiny sideways steps. And then I heard that voice in my head, go. But it didn't feel like mine, but foreign. Definitely not a child's voice, as if I could hear it in my head, but I was not the one who thought it. And believe me, that I started running to that door faster than a racing dog to his master. From that point on, I strongly believed that my parents might be right 99% of the time, but some things are unexplainable with logic. I also started being fearful of that basement. As I said, we were living on the side of one hill, on the most bluff part. So the stairs to our basement were very steep, almost like those in the mountains we can sometimes see on photos from faraway places. For me as a kid, it was almost like a climb up. For this reason, I was always turtle slow when using them, and extra careful to not fall down. Upright position, both arms either pushing to the walls or one arm touching steps behind me for extra stability, step after step. One of the times when I was going to tell my father to come up for supper, I felt a push to my back when I was still very high up. I fell forwards, covering my head with arms. I hit hard concrete with my protected head and started sliding down, with my legs being covered only by shorts. I was sliding down sharp, bare concrete stairs. I think it was the same summer as the cellar occurrence. Aftermath? Quite a few bruises and a hurt leg. While my right leg was mostly unharmed, the other had a pretty deep wound, with the tissue torn down to the bone of my shin for a few centimeters in length. And I didn't even cry. The pain was strong, but I was partially used to it. But I was also absolutely terrified of that push I felt. After that accident, I was much more aware of my surroundings, and I started to notice that not all the bangs and knocks made sense. Any time it could have happened by someone is not mentioned here. Yes, it was a big house. Yes, it was often full with people, but more door bangs than there were doors on said floor, while no one was on it, was definitely not normal. One time, when I was searching for some sports equipment under the stairs, while everyone else was either away or in the garden, I heard like 10 bangs on the floor just above me. On that floor were only 6 doors, and only 2 massive enough to produce a bang like that without being damaged. I went up to check it, and as I suspected, it was empty. With all the doors but the entry door open. As I was there, it was quiet, but I felt similarly as to the time in the basement. This time, I followed that thought of better going away and went down to the others. My father checked the house for intruders when I told him about the bangs, but it was still empty. Later that day, when I looked up at the window of our staircase, I saw a slightly blurry face behind a window. Terrified, at that moment, I literally thought, I'm fucked. Fast forward to a time when I was about 10 years old. Around a year, I would say. In that time, different stuff was happening. Bangs, items being not where they should be, like my own scissor knife, being at the half attic we had in our staircase. Very often, I felt observed. Sometimes I thought I saw something in the corner of my eye. But sometimes I straight up saw someone going into a room. When I checked it, it was always empty. The night before we went to visit my best friend a few kilometers away, I made the worst deal on this planet. I wanted to be super rested so I could do all sorts of fun stuff with him and stay up all the time we'd be at his parents'. We were going away for a few days. I was lying in my bed with my father gone for night shift, my mother feeling a little bit sick and already sleeping, and my grandfather and siblings away for some party. He often took us to cool places for a drink. Also, little clarification, my siblings are 10 and 12 years older than me. So back to me trying to sleep. I'm already drifting away after a relatively calm day, and then I heard a bang in my wardrobe. It was my sister's old room, also one of these that I saw someone going in or out pretty often. And as years later I learned from her, through a joke, she and her friends sometimes called out ghosts there. I instantly stopped being sleepy and waited for something else to happen. For a while, nothing. And then knock, knock, knock on its door. I stayed in bed and waited. Knock, knock, knock. And silence. Knock, knock, knock. At this point I had enough. I was sure it was my brother. Then he got back through the basement. It had an extra door. Then that he hid in my wardrobe. He liked to make jokes about ghosts to scare me since he learned about my suspicions. And thought he went to the next level. From talking to doing. Encouraged by my age, excitement, and need to show my brother how brave I was, I went from my bed and said aloud, "Fuck" is literally what I said. It was a new English word for me at the time. "Fuck, Camel, you're a dumbass." I turned the main light on and I quickly opened my wardrobe and jumped away karate style, ready to hit him if he jumped out. And saw nothing, only my clothes. Eyebrows up, smile down, I searched the wardrobe. Found nothing, and I expected at least some little electric device that could have jumped and produced a knock or something like that. I closed it, checked that little space behind my wardrobe with all the lights turned on, but saw nothing. My wardrobe knocked by itself. The more I searched my wardrobe, the less secure I felt. But then I got the strongest goosebumps and went back to bed with my night lamp on, covering my head with sheets. And then I hear it again, after a while. Knock, knock, knock. Short silence. Knock, knock, knock. Silence. Knock, knock, knock. And then a whisper saying my name. This time, it was talking not in my head, but I could hear it as if someone was in the room. It called out my name repeatedly, and it was not a familiar voice. "Philip." Pause. "Philip." Pause. "Philip." Longer pause, and then from much closer, louder and shorter, "Philip." That was too much for me, and I whined under my sheets. "Just leave me alone tonight. Then you can follow me to the end of my life." I heard something like air whooshing, but not quite, and felt normal again very quickly. Later that night, when I woke up with my head not covered with sheets anymore, I looked around. Despite rain outside and later hours, my room was more bright than before. I thought it was a pretty nice way that I dealt with the problem. 12 years later, I'm now sitting in a totally different place, never feeling alone since that night. And at this point, I really don't fucking know if I'm more worried that I always feel presence, or if I'd be more worried if this feeling disappeared. This happened to me when I was a kid, in the summer of '97. I'm 32 now, and this has always stuck with me, and I do believe that it was my first paranormal and otherworldly experience. I do still have the occasional spookum here and there, but what I'm about to talk about only happened once, and I have zero idea what it was. Before I start the story, I'd like to point out that for one, it happened in the late 90s, so no personal computers or cell phones, interior security cameras, where there were no pets in the place at the time, and I'm an only child, so no other kids around me when this happened, and this was not sleep paralysis. I've never experienced it, and hope not to too. It was a late summer night. I was spending the weekend at my aunt's house. I was awoken by jingling coming from underneath my bed. Very soft jingling, like tiny bells. Half asleep, still, I just laid there, figuring that I was still dreaming and it would go away in a second. But it didn't. The jingling got louder. I could hear it clearer now and sounded like it was crawling up. I could hear the tiny creature grunting as it scaled up the wall behind me. Being fully awakened by whatever this was, I was too scared to turn over and see what it was for fear of it noticed me, looking at it, that it would hurt me or something. As I was starting to panic about it, before I knew it, the creature was on a different wall. In front of the closet this time, I could hear the sliding doors on the closet shake as it moved up, finally getting the courage to take a peek because I knew its back was turned away from me. I see this bright blue and white flash right at the spot where the wall and ceiling met. And poof, it was gone. A sense of calmness washed over the room. I promptly passed out, and when I awoke the next morning, my upright suitcase with wheels was knocked over on its side. And there were very light, very small footprints on the closet door, right near where the flash happened. Does anyone have any ideas on what possible cryptid I may have encountered that night? I'm not very familiar with the smaller species of cryptids, if it is that. Or does anyone think it may have been an alien, or something else entirely? Or if anyone else has ever had something similar happen to them, I'd love to hear it. And I'm more than happy to share some more experiences, if anyone else wants to hear them. A few years ago, while I was in high school, there was this big building, 3 floors high. I think it belonged to the government that me and my friends used to kinda hang around in. Now, a little bit of backstory to that building. As far as I know, this building belongs to the government and is used for a lot of things. Mainly offices of government attorneys and the likes. Not too sure though. Anyways, me and the boys liked to hang around there on Fridays, since the building was practically empty for some reason on that day. From time to time, I'd go there alone, just to kind of chill around and listen to music. Now this building, when it's empty, has some bloody eerie vibes, I tell ya. Granted, no mystical hissing or any horrifying monster living in the walls, as far as I'm concerned. But nevertheless, I guess you could call it quite liminal. One night, I decided to go down to the parking lot, which was below said building. I told myself, don't be a coward, and things like that, and immediately started going down the stairs. The moment I stepped in the parking lot though, my body kind of froze. You see, normally when I get the feeling of, ooh, there's something creepy there, I just brush it off and convince myself that the paranormal isn't real and stuff like that. But when I stepped in that parking lot, I thought there was something truly there. Not paranormal, but real. And then I just kind of said, nope, I'm not going to be that character in a horror movie, and turned around, walking to the elevator. As I stepped in the elevator, I started to calm myself and stuff. But just as the elevator started going up, I heard a high-pitched woman-like scream coming from the parking lot. Hard to explain, but my body started shaking uncontrollably. I pressed the button of the floor I needed repeatedly and kinda was just extremely confused and scared. I did visit that building one more time with my friends, which made me feel relaxed about the whole ordeal. But when I asked them to come to the parking lot with me, they chickened out saying, "It's creepy there, man." We bought and moved into my house about a year ago. It's not a super old house. It was built in like the 50s, like many houses are. It's cute and bright, the neighborhood is quiet, and it has a wonderful view. Our neighbor was a previous owner. She lived here with her daughter when they were younger. It has good vibes. It's a nice place. For the past 15 years, I've been living somewhere that was absolutely void of spookiness. In all that time, I think I might have had a ghost cat jump on my bed a couple times. Otherwise, I didn't even turn the lights on in that house. There was just nothing in it. But this one? Oh my gosh. For the first half year we've lived here, something weird has happened almost daily. Phantom doorbell ringing, door knocking, knocking from the attic, constant creaking, a strange figure in the backyard, feeling poked by something when I was trying to sleep, and then it running away, something screaming in my ear while I was asleep, a shadow looking at me from around a corner, rattling objects, beautiful phantom whistling and chimes, and what I can only describe as golden sparkles hovering around the ceiling. Like I said, weird stuff happens so often, this probably isn't even the full list. Come to think of it, my son would get scared half to death because he kept hearing me call his name when he was in his room. I had to lie sometimes and say it was me, just so he'd feel better. Anyway, on a whim, I decided to order some sage from Amazon. I've been wanting it for ages. I'm sensitive to odours. It smelled like mothballs when we first got here, and sage is so great for making bad smells go away. And hey, if it happened to make our ghosts go away too, so be it. And it did. Started burning the stuff about twice a week and everything stopped. Like not a thing for a few months now. So much so, I'm almost kind of sad. I miss the chimes, and I would have liked to see the sparkles again. It's peaceful here now, and I have no new stories to tell. I still sleep with the lights on though. Why risk it? So to give some context, I was 4 or 5 years old at the time, and I was living with my mom and my stepdad. It was a really weird atmosphere that I feel only got worse as my parents' relationship worsened, and he eventually began assaulting her in the home, accompanied by many loud fights and often calls to the police. Things began slowly. We'd hear the balls on the pool table hitting each other. Change in the house would disappear. Sometimes my mom told me she heard kids playing on the stairs during late hours of the night. I also have vivid memories of a man or entity that would stare at me from the shadows while I was laying on the couch late at night. My aunt, who babysat me at the time, used to make me sleep on the side of the couch facing the stairs when she slept over, so she didn't have to look at him. Things eventually got weirder. One night, my mom thought she had forgotten to let the dog outside to use the bathroom, because she heard the dog running around downstairs and could hear her collar jingling all crazy. When she got up to let her out, she heard the dog run upstairs, and she followed and, surprise, the dog wasn't there. She was actually asleep outside because someone forgot to let her back in earlier that night. I remember waking up one night out of a dream and having to use the bathroom really badly. I climbed out of the top bunk of my bed and started walking to the bathroom, which was probably within 15 feet of my bedroom door. As I'm walking to the bathroom, I shit you not, a fluorescent orb object or being of some sort came through the door of the bathroom and slowly approached me. The door was probably not any bigger than 1 foot or 1.5 feet in diameter, with a solid white light blue hue in the centre, and slightly multicoloured outside effects that I can now only relate to looking at the back of a CD in sunlight. There was a light on, but it would have been behind me to my right. But being the 4 or 5-year-old small frightened child that I was, I didn't feel comfort when I met the entity and didn't approach it or try to communicate in any way. I wish I would have now. I was incredibly scared, and I remember facing it while backing up slowly, until I got to my bedroom door, and then sprinting to my bunk as fast as I could. When I laid down, it didn't leave. I remember peeping at it until I eventually went to sleep. So I work at a pizza place that's like a 3-minute drive to a very haunted cemetery that was on Ghost Adventures at one point. We're also on a very busy road that has at least 2 deaths every month from drunk drivers. So I don't know if the shadow figure who watches us came from. I've only been working at the pizza place for a year, and almost every night he does something. He's a tall figure that I've heard speak sometimes. One time, both my managers had to leave, so they put me in charge of closing. I was pretty cool with that because who wouldn't want to blast their favourite music in the dining room speakers? So I saw someone in the kitchen just staring at me, and I heard a male's voice asking me if I've cleaned the bathrooms. It didn't click in my mind, it wasn't my manager, because it was 4 a.m. and I just got through a 10-hour shift running off a monster and a slice of pizza. I looked up to see a tall man in the kitchen, slowly into the darkness of it all. So I was like, what the fuck? And waited outside. Another time was when I was helping a customer carry out around 6 of our biggest pizzas and some of our food in our catering menu. Without giving away where I work, 2 of those pizzas could feed a class of 20 with a decent sized slice. Her car was in the back of our parking lot, which is always an absolute mess. While walking, I felt the same feeling I feel around the spirit, telling me to stay by the car for a couple of seconds to help the customer make sure the evening is secure. I think he saved my life when a car came speeding and nearly hit someone. It may be stupid, but I feel like I would have been killed. I don't think the spirit is evil. I just think the spirit may be lost or something. The building isn't old at all. I'm now only thinking about this because I was talking to my 2 managers about this. I'll share their stories. So I'm going to call my manager Daisy. Daisy would do her run around before leaving to make sure everything is clean for the morning shift. She says that she always felt followed, and that feeling is always followed up by some of our trays being thrown to the floor. Nothing was ever thrown at her though. I feel like he's just trying to grab her attention. Or when she's sitting in the dining room doing paperwork, she absolutely refuses to look in the kitchen or any of the mirrors, because even if he may be friendly, it's still unsettling. I never interact with the spirit because I'm scared that it could get dangerous, even if he's friendly. I refuse to even close by myself. Should I even be worried about him? I've recently moved to Weed, California, a small town next to Mount Shasta, for work. I'm an avid hiker and love exploring, so naturally, 2 days ago, I decided to hike the mountain on one of my days off. Not entirely sure why, but I decided to drive my car very deep into the forest surrounding the base of the mountain, as far as the dirt road would allow me. It was around 3 p.m. with a clear sky, so I was very confident and enjoying the scenery as I got out of my car and started my hike, heading closer to the mountain. At first, it was your regular everyday hike, lots of birds and squirrels around, the smell of nature that fills your lungs as you walk across the terrain. It wasn't until I reached a small dried up river that I noticed something was off. As I stopped to look at the dried up river and take pictures, I noticed that it was strangely very, very quiet. No birds chirping, no signs of squirrels or other animals, and even the sound of the wind you hear when you're on a mountain seemed to be completely gone. At the time, I thought it was just an odd coincidence and started walking up alongside the river. But as I kept walking and being able to only hear my own footsteps, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Not the kind of feeling that makes you think someone is outside your window watching you. The kind of feeling that makes you feel multiple people or things are observing your every movement, studying you. I've never had that kind of feeling in my life, but what happened after made me completely forget about that feeling. I suddenly started to hear something out of nowhere that sounded like angelic humming, or maybe a song with no lyrics. But it also sounded strangely electric, like the sound telephone lines make. It wasn't very loud, but enough to make me look in the direction it was coming from. I looked to the other side of the dried up river that had multiple trees and other foliage to see someone or something looking straight at me. It almost looked like a ghost with it looking completely white, but this thing was very clearly there. It almost looked like it was wearing a robe, but I couldn't see any feet, hands, or even a face. Although it had an oval head. However, I could feel it looking straight at me, almost as if it was trying to remember every detail. Even from far away, I could tell that its entire body had a very weird texture. Almost like porcelain, but if porcelain was a silky fabric. It was very obviously not human. I was very understandably in complete shock and terror, frozen in place, kind of scary. We both looked at each other for what felt like forever, but it was most likely around 20 to 30 seconds. I very, very slowly started walking backwards. I don't think I took more than 2 steps when it tilted its head, as if it was curious or even surprised at what I was doing. All the while, I could still hear that electric, angelic humming. I swear it got a little louder when I took those steps back. When I turned my head to look behind me, to make sure the way was clear so I could run, the song suddenly stopped. Abruptly, without warning. This shocked me, and when I turned back to look at this thing, it was gone. No sign of it anywhere. As soon as I saw that it disappeared, I ran as fast as I could, following the path I took back. Even after it had disappeared and while I was running, I could still feel like I was being watched from all sides. I almost tripped a few times in how fast I was going. When I got to my car, sounds of animals in the mountain winds suddenly came back, but I was still scared out of my mind and drove as fast as I could away from the mountain. I've never had anything paranormal happen to me in the past, and I've honestly always been very skeptical of stuff like that. But this experience has left me questioning a lot of things. I don't think I want to go back on that mountain. I've even had a nightmare about the experience. I'm not even sure what I saw or what to call it. So a few days ago, my mom went out to buy some stuff in the market. Things like vegetables for dinner and that. When she was coming back, she heard me asking her from the window if she bought me my favourite dessert. Nothing strange, since I do tend to do that. However, I wasn't even awake at the time because I had just finished my final terms and was exhausted. It could not have been my sister because she was in school too. And it's not the first time something like this happens. Like, I swear to have heard my dad, who's currently in another country, calling me from the living room. Or my sister asking me if I was at home by text because she heard me coming to the house. There was no one there. But that's not the strangest thing. Recently, today, early in the morning, I woke up at 1 a.m. I've had a pretty bad sleeping schedule recently. And I took the opportunity to read a book and distract myself until I felt sleepy again, which was around 5 a.m. I tried to sleep, but man, I couldn't. I felt as if someone was grabbing me by the arms really hard and pressing my chest down. I couldn't breathe at all, like I was suffocating. Scared, of course I ran away to my parents' bedroom and slept with my mom. Around 8 a.m. when I woke up, my mom told me that she felt as if someone was breathing in her face and watching her from really close. Honestly, those are 2 examples of what's happened in the past year. Like doors opening by themselves, the sound of something falling but we never find what fell, or when we let the lights on and go out so people think there's someone in the house. We look from outside and it's off, but when we open the door they're on. I honestly have no idea what the fuck is going on. I used to manage a dry cleaners in London. We were open from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m, but after 3 p.m, all of the other staff would go home, leaving myself or whoever was on shift alone to serve customers and close the shop. London being London, we had a motion sensor door chime that would ring whenever somebody would open or close the door, and CCTV set up to watch the door and front counter. There was a monitor at the back of the shop, so you could check the CCTV before going to serve customers. My normal routine would be to grab a coffee, a newspaper, and a bite to eat as 3 p.m. approached, knowing that once everyone left at 3 p.m, I'd be unable to leave the shop unattended. I'd sit and read in the back of the shop and listen to the radio. If a customer came in, the door would chime, and as I approached the front of the shop, I'd glance up at the CCTV just to make sure it wasn't a gang of hoodlums waiting. So I'm sitting there one evening reading the paper when I hear a thud at the front counter. I glance up at the CCTV and there's a man standing at the counter. I immediately get up and start walking towards the front, wondering if I'd missed the door chime somehow, and I have another glance up at the CCTV. The man was still standing there. He was standing perfectly still, hands down by his side, which was unusual. Usually, people either came in carrying a bunch of clothes, came in and started going through their bag and pockets looking for a collection ticket, or would stand and shift their weight around from side to side. So I pause for a few seconds and watch this guy on the monitor, and he isn't moving. Like, at all. He looked more like a cardboard cutout than a living, breathing person. Anyway, I walk the 4 or 5 steps to the front counter, turn the corner, and there's nobody there. The door was firmly closed. The motion sensor hadn't rang. I tested the motion sensor by opening the door and it was working fine. Weird, right? Well, it gets even weirder. The next day, I'm talking to a colleague and I mention that the motion sensor might be broken, so keep an eye on the CCTV. She asks why I think it might be broken, so I tell her about what had happened the night before. Her eyes go wide open. We have a little chat, and she tells me that she's seen exactly the same man on a few occasions. Never activating the doorbell, just standing there perfectly still with his arms by his side. I worked there for another 3 or 4 years, but never saw him again after that. A few weeks after my dad died, I woke up one night and he was standing at the foot of my bed. He didn't move or speak. He just stood there with a little smile. I was obviously surprised, and still half asleep, my response was, "What are you doing here? You're dead." I realise this sounds like an odd thing to say to a recently deceased parent, but my dad and I were best friends and shared a sense of humour where we would never offend each other. He worshipped the ground I walked on, and I hit him. We loved each other completely. If I'd said that to him while alive, I'd have gotten a big laugh in response. I sat there looking at him for a minute confused, thinking, nah, this is all just a dream, and then lay down and went back to sleep. The following afternoon, I got a call from my sister. I could tell straight away from the cracked tone in her voice that it wasn't just a random call. I almost knew why she was calling. We exchanged pleasantries and then I said, "I dreamt about Dad last night." Without hesitation, she replies, "He came to see you too, didn't he?" She'd had the exact same dream. She woke up and he was standing at the foot of her bed with a cheeky little smile on his face. A few years earlier, my mum had died from cancer and I wasn't taking it very well. I was 19 at the time and spiralling. I'd randomly started crying and was struggling to cope. I'd often hold it all in during the day and wait for my girlfriend to go to bed before having a little cry by myself on the sofa. So I'm sitting there on the sofa one night, head on my knees, looking down at the floor, quietly sobbing, when I assumed my girlfriend was walking in the room. It was near Christmas, and we'd been wrapping presents, so there was wrapping paper on the floor. She stood next to me, on top of the wrapping paper, making a crinkle noise, and put her hand on the back of my head. I wiped the tears away and said, I'm okay, I'm coming to bed." Then I look up, and there's nobody there. My girlfriend was sound asleep in the next room. God, I miss them. My wife and I found our house roughly 2 years ago. Everything seemed fine when looking around. Good location, right size, in our price range, and it felt warm and inviting. About 4 miles north of Detroit. Prior to moving in, Google and internet searches just showed the typical Realtor website and other typical stuff. So we moved in. After about 2 months, I started getting woken up to 3 knocks on an interior wall at 2:57 a.m. This happened every night for over a month. Sometimes the 3 knocks would come in series. 3 knocks, a pause, maybe around a minute, and then more. It was almost 3 a.m. I'm startled awake and don't have a great grasp on the length of time. Fast forward, I do another internet search about the area. Native Americans that inhabited the area. Really, anything I could find. Then, Dozens of news stories show up about a woman who was murdered in our house in 2018 by her husband, who then called 911 to tell the police what he did. This progressed. We would hear a soft woman's voice that we could not make out coming from a back room with no TV, radio, or anything that could make noise. We called a family friend who has a PhD in demonology. He came out with a minister and the Holy Brigade from church. Burned sage to stir up the presence. In the 6 hours they were here, they got IR video of orbs, which changed direction sharply. EVP recordings where they were given an answer from Dennis as to who was in the house. Dennis is sinned backwards. They cleansed the house, then cleansed us of any attachments. Everything seemed calm and quiet for a couple of months. This simply pissed off what was in here. It came back hard, mentally and physically coming at us. My wife and I are both around 40. I'm a firefighter and medic. She's a physician assistant and in good shape and health. We both started experiencing stomach pain, back pain, headache, but never together or at the same time. It was random times, but always in this house. The mental thoughts of harming ourselves, no motivation to do anything, and injuries became more urban we could handle. I suffered a spinal cord injury on the job, as well as every complication you can think of, as well as left arm permanent nerve damage and balance issues. My wife lost vision in one of her eyes and developed shingles. With the house itself, more noises, a cross nailed to the wall in the back bedroom where the presence was pulled off of the wall and found on the floor. The St. Michael statue sitting in the middle of an empty dresser was knocked to a soft carpeted floor with its sword hand broken off. Kitchen cabinets, which were closed at night, would be open in the morning, all high ones. Random smells of rotten meat in areas of the house. Multiple times sitting on our couch watching TV or in bed, I'd feel a cool hand on the back of my neck. I could feel long fingers in a palm. We called the church brigade back out. This time, a priest and demonologist, along with 2 other people from the church, including a skeptic. This time, I thought of searching Google Maps for images. There's a Google Street image of the house that shows a reflection on the front door. The demonologist immediately went to the demon mara. They did also look at fairies, not the Tinkerbell kind. They again gathered evidence and did a cleansing on us for any attachments. The minister and demonologist is a family friend. When trying to cleanse me, I've never felt such intense anger and hatred towards people, and tried to kick them all out of the house. I apparently didn't blink once for almost 10 minutes. The priest and minister were preparing to do an exorcism on me. In the end, they cleansed the house, placed olive oil crosses above every doorway and window in the house. They left around 11:45 p.m. Waking up the next morning at around 6:30, I saw there was an identical murder about 3 miles from our house, where an 80-something-year-old man shot and killed his wife, called 911, then turned the gun on himself. I don't believe in coincidences, and there's a small river that runs from a block from our house to where this murder happened. Now that we're trying to move out, we have this entity trying to stop us at every turn. Pain, illness, thoughts that are not our own. I'm not religious and never have been. This kind of changed my perspective though. Yesterday, I was feeling the presence hard. It felt like a giant weight on your shoulders and like something was watching. I recited the Lord's Prayer and St. Michael's Prayer. Every hair on my body was on end. We've also boiled Madagascar vanilla, but will not sage because we don't want it to get pissed off. So some backstory. My family has a couple friends that follow us no matter where we go. One used to sing to me when I was a baby, and another woke my mom up in time to realise my 1-year-old sister, now 8, had an extremely high fever, and to take her to the hospital at 3 a.m. The woman, the one who used to sing to me, tends to wander, but mainly watches my mom sleep. She looks exactly like my mom. We're pretty sure it's my mom's twin that my grandmother is sure she lost. The man tends to either hang out at my bedroom door when I'm sleeping, or wander as well. He's the one that wakes up in emergencies. Mom said he sounds like my great-grandfather. Now, all that has led to a series of activities from them. Moving stuff, taking stuff that actually results in having to ask for it back politely, and stumbling across it in a very obvious place, like on the stove. Empty tables, or literally stepping on it in the middle of the floor. It was around 11:45 p.m. when I hopped in the shower. I'm a night owl. And when I got out, I was about to wipe the mirror off when I paused and noticed a handprint on the fogged up glass. I thought it was mine from earlier or something, but I looked closer and it didn't look right. So I put a handprint in the same position next to it and, well, my hand is bigger. It couldn't have been my sister because she'd been asleep for hours by that point and it was way too high up. So yeah. Then I got to my mom and tell her about the handprint. She then tells me that when I was in the shower, something moved a box in the garage with a very loud, distinct sliding noise. Her office is in the garage. She was going to call me, but she left her phone in the house, so she just quietly went back to her game. Then, fast forward to about 40 minutes ago. I was upstairs, said goodnight to my mom, turned off her lamp, and walked out. As I was passing my sister's room, something whispering next to me made me freeze. I don't know what it said, but I think it was the end of my name, but it's a common sound, so it could have been anything. But I glanced in a room and saw a figure shift from the middle of the room. I turned away casually and walked to the stairs. My room is in the basement, and so is my roommate, who was also a family friend. You know those moments when you know something going on behind you, but you don't dare to look back? Well, I know she followed me until I reached the living room, then watched as I went downstairs. I know for a fact it was the woman. It was the same feeling. I also know that they've been with us longer than I've been alive, and tend to help us and never hurt my family. Hence, why we call them our friends. This house was eerily quiet, until about 2 minutes ago. Our friends have been inactive for a couple of months, and they do that sometimes. But wow, they really like us to know when they're back. This happened the first week of January 1993, and it's forever burned in my memory. My mom works 12-hour shifts overnight at a cotton mill. So much of the time I was on my own. I was 18, having graduated that past May. I was kind of taking a gap year before I started college. I had slept most of the day because I had come off of a particularly scary trip to and from Texas. That's another story for another time. She woke me long enough to ask my plans for the night. I told her I was going to my now ex-boyfriend's house. She told me to be careful and left. A few hours later, I get ready to walk out the door. It's very dark out. The porch light was out. I grab a flashlight, open the door, and there's a car I don't recognize parked in front of my house. A guy steps out and just shakes his head no. He stands there looking at me. I also noticed my dog Rusty was not barking and carrying on like normal when a stranger is near. I quickly go back in the house and lock the door. I'm looking out the front window and he's just sitting in his car. About 20 minutes pass and I hear the car crank up. I'm thinking once he leaves, I'll make a run for my car and go. Nope. He pulls into the Mormon church parking lot across from my house. Shines the headlights right at my house, flashes them a few times, and then turns them off. Great, I thought. I'm trapped now. Another 30 minutes go by, him sitting there and me watching out the front window. Finally, he cranks up and leaves in the opposite entrance of the parking lot. There were 2 ways into that lot. He disappears. I wait another 10 minutes before I actually leave. I go my usual route to the busy highway I have to cross. There was a wreck, so I detoured to the gas station to grab a drink. I see one of my cop friends there, and we start talking. An 18-wheeler with a drunk driver had run the light about an hour ago and killed a woman. He said all the colour had drained from my face, like I'd seen a ghost. He asked what was wrong. So I relayed the story back to him of what I'd been through in the last hour. He asked if it was the psycho that had been stalking me for the last year and a half. Nope, this guy was too tall to be him. So he got out his notepad and got his description and his car description. He told me he'd check it out, due to being stalked. Before I left, he stopped me and said, "You know, sometimes our guardian angel will do that, what they have to do in order to save a life. You were supposed to be at that red light at that particular time. You were saved for a reason." I cried all the way to my boyfriend's house. I learned later she was a nurse and had just gotten off of her shift. She was a single mom, just like my mom, and she was killed instantly. A few weeks later, my cop friend told me and others who knew me had done some checking in their free time to find the car and guy. He said none of the descriptions matched up. It was like it vanished into thin air. I carried survivor guilt for a long time. I got into the medical field and became an EMT. A little background for this one. I was raised by my mum's sisters, brothers, and 2 brothers-in-law. I came from a firefighter/EMT medic family. One particular aunt and uncle were on the FD together. My uncle was fire chief in EMT, and my aunt was a nurse in EMT, so it was really nothing to see me on scenes with them. My uncle died in 1997. He had a heart attack after a structure fire. Some years later, my hubby's best friend talked him into joining the local FD with him. He did. He loved it. I joined also, starting out with the auxiliary, eventually going on to be operational. We were a team, like my aunt and uncle. Our son, as well as best friends and brothers, also joined. One night, they had a nasty structural fire call. I couldn't go because I had a sick kid. So I stayed home and babysat the scanner. When the chief said to switch to TAC 1 channel, I switched too. Hubby and best friend were first in the door with the hose. Our son and one of the brothers were on backup at the door. All of a sudden, I hear hubby say, "We gotta go! Get out now! Go, go, go!" Just as they hit the door, the roof collapsed where they were standing. I do believe I held my breath until I heard the accountability call. Hubby said their engine number ×4. They switched to a surround and drown tactic then. They came home and hubby was telling me what had happened. He kept hearing a voice in his head telling him to get out of the house. He said the voice was unfamiliar to him. I looked at him and said, "Dude, my Uncle D just saved your lives." He looked at me and asked, "You really think so?" His buddy was a skeptic at the time. I did make a believer out of him eventually. He saw the crazy paranormal stuff that goes on at my house and in my life. We lost him in 2012, so he's now become part of that crazy paranormal stuff. For the last few weeks, my hubby and the crew have been working on a new house, which is still under construction. I have been on the house several times doing my boss wife duty. They hung and finished the drywall throughout this huge monstrosity. He called on Sunday for me to go over there to find one of his squares for another job they had started. I loaded up my granddaughter and off we went. This house is way off in a rural area of the county, next to the one I live in, big time boonies. I'm very sensitive to spirits and other paranormal activity. I had gotten bad vibes from that house every time I went there. No worries. When I went, the crew and other workers were there. This time, it was going to be just me and my granddaughter. Luckily, she fell asleep in the Jeep on the way over. She did wake up when we got there. I told her to stay put, and she did. I've been in countless new constructions in the 25 plus years we've owned our business. None have ever put me on edge like this one has. I did a walkthrough of the first floor. I heard the house settling. Okay, no worries. That's what the noise was. If you've ever been in a new house like that before, footsteps on subflooring have a distinctive sound, and there's an echo. I heard a second set of footsteps. I stood still for a few minutes, and I still heard it. I knew it wasn't the monkey bug. She's only 5 years old. These sounded like grown-up footsteps. I had to go check the attic room. As I was going up the stairs, I heard a loud bang, like a tool or something had been dropped. After a second walk through the first floor, I called the hubby on FaceTime. He told me to go back up to the attic room. Oh joy, I'm terrified of heights. So back up I went, and found the square behind some window screens. It wasn't there when I checked the first time. I grabbed it and made a beeline for the door. I felt like I was being watched by something ominous the entire time. That's a feeling I know all too well. Later that night, I let him know I will not go back to that house ever by myself. I explained why. Bad juju and vibes from that property. He said to me, if anyone would know that, it would be you. I live in Alabama. I swear every square inch of this state is haunted in some way. I'm a firm believer in that we are put where we are needed, or when we need help. I've been on both sides. I'm the kind of person that will help and talk to anyone. I've had paranormal experiences my whole life. One of my aunts who helped raise me called me a satellite for the spirit world. My friends call me a ghost magnet. A little background for this story. My mum and her 3 sisters have all passed. Between May 2016 to May 2017, I lost my mum, one of my granddaughters, and one of my mum's older brothers. I always know which one is around me because of their scent. You know, that familiar scent, whether it's their perfume or maybe favourite candy or food. See where I'm going with this? I've been smelling my mum's scent all day. I knew she was with me. Anyway, the week before Christmas, my hubby got the flu. I went to babysit my youngest granddaughter, and afterwards, I was going to the grocery store to pick up stuff to make him homemade chicken soup. Well, that's when I met Mrs. Matty. The holidays are just not the same anymore, and I was trying so hard not to cry. I'm also the person who never shows on the outside what's going on the inside. I saw my favourite water was on sale, and she was looking at it also. I asked her if she wanted me to put it in her buggy for her. I saw she had a cane. She said no, she'd get it later. I put 2 cases in my buggy. She reprimanded me for picking up such heavy things. I told her it was no problem. She let me know she'd see me limping. I explained it's nothing really. The sciatic nerve was acting up, thanks to a back injury. She then looked at me and asked if I really was okay. It was like she could see through the smile and knew I was feeling down. We got to talking like we were old friends. She's 83 years old. I swear she didn't look a day over 60. I told her for the last month I'd been on the go, taking care of everyone and everything. I'd literally put 1,000 miles on my Jeep. She said I sound like her. She's the main caregiver for her hubby. He has Alzheimer's and a daughter who's bedridden due to a stroke. She took hold of both of my hands and said, "Baby, I see a bright light around you. You have a good heart. You remind me of my best friend, who'd passed the week before. Something told her to come to this store today, and not the other one in our small town." Her best friend was white, she's of colour, and I really reminded her of her friend. Not only that, she reminded me of one of my aunts. I ended up telling her about my mum, granddaughter, and aunt. She hugged me so tight that at that moment, I almost started crying. She said talking to me was what she needed at the time, and that we were meant to meet that day. I felt like I was the one who needed her that day. We also learned we live kind of close to each other too. She said, "We're friends now, and I love you. I know in my heart I'll see you again." She said to always keep my bright and shining light I have around me. It's like I have angels with me. She hugged me again, and we went on our way. 2 days later, I was back at the same store, making more soup for the sick hubby. When all of a sudden, Mrs. Matty comes walking around a corner. I squealed in happiness, and she grabbed me and hugged me. She asked how the soup turned out, and I told her I was here to get ingredients to make more. My hubby loved it. He won't eat the canned stuff anymore. She said she almost went to the other store again, but a voice told her to come to this one. She then went into aunt mode. Have you been resting your back and leg, taking care of yourself? I told her that I had. She said she went home that day we met and told her whole family about me, the sweet girl who made her feel better. I told her she helped me that day, that our loved ones put us together for a reason. I do believe that. People come into our lives when we need them the most. We met Pop sometime in 1999, when he started staying with our POS friend, and now ex-wife. Pop was on disability, former Navy, had diabetes, and needed a double lung transplant. He was also an old school sheetrock man, like from back in the beginning, like my stepfather-in-law. Hubby learned from stepfather-in-law, so we own a sheetrock and construction business. When Hubby learned of this, he invited Pop to come to work with him. You know, give him something to do during the day. They clicked right away. He was old, set in his ways, and stubborn as hell. In the beginning of 2000, Hubby and I had split up for a few weeks. It was all BS. The kids and I went into hiding because of a dirty cop and CPS threats. During these few weeks, Hubby learned how he was being treated. He didn't like it at all. He called me and let me know what was going on. He said he was going to go get him. He was bringing him home. Pop didn't hesitate to grab his things, which wasn't much, and come home with Hubby. His own family disowned him. He saw what Hubby was going through, being separated from us, but Pop kept saying, "Don't worry, son. Our girl is coming home. She's been cautious. She'll be home soon." He said this was because we reminded him of him and his third wife, the love of his life. The day I decided to come back out of hiding, I told no one but my mom and my aunt. I knew where they were working, so I made the over 2.5-hour trip. Hubby told me Pop kept looking out the window. He asked Pop what he was doing. Pop told him, "Today's the day. Our girl's coming home for good." I pulled up at the job site and Pop called him to the window. "See, I told you, she was coming home." How Pop knew, I'll never know. He and I had a crazy connection, as he did with my hubby. They loaded up the work van and we headed home. We live in rural Alabama, close to the Cahaba River. Every year around Mother's Day, the river lilies start to bloom. Every year, he and his third wife would go and see them. They'd hang out and fish. He loved being on that river. He and our son would go camp there on the weekends. Well, that turned into a family thing for us. He had always talked about going camping. So we went and bought all the camp equipment we needed. When we do something, we're a go big or go home kind of people. We still camp, the hubby and I, to this day. I took over his medical care. Doctor's appointments. I was there in the room with him. The doctor asked him once if he was taking his meds and checking his sugar levels. He said right in front of me, "My granddaughter's doing all that. It's like living full time with a Marine drill sergeant. If she says do it, well, you better do it. She knows what she's doing." Pop would tell everyone that he had finally found his granddaughter. He'd go on and on about the kids. He asked me once if we were related. He even asked my mom when she came to visit. He'd tell me when we would talk, there was something otherworldly about me. I'd joke about how I'm the granddaughter of the witch they couldn't burn. He would laugh and said he believed it. In the fall of 2000, he started going downhill quickly. Dementia was starting to set in, so he couldn't go to work with my hubby. I had to call rescue out a few times, but he refused transport to the hospital, saying I could take care of him. His faith in me was overwhelming at times. So one day in December, it was just Pop, our youngest at the time Boo Buggy, and I at the house. Everything seemed fine. Boo Buggy told him they were going to watch 101 Dalmatians. He said, "Okay, that's our morning movie today." They both settled on the couch next to each other. Like I said, nothing seemed out of place. He was in his right mind, a normal day. Sometime a bit later, he said he was tired and was going to take a nap. Not long after, Boo Buggy came into the kitchen and said, "Mama, Papa fell over." I ran to check on him. There was no pulse. I got him to the floor and started CPR. I had no phone at the time, so I grabbed Boo Buggy and ran to the neighbour's house to get them to call. Her hubby came back to my house and she kept Boo Buggy. We started CPR again and rescue showed up. It was too late. He was gone. The medical examiner told me there was nothing that could be done. It was a pulmonary embolism. We still go camping, and I know he tags along with us. After we passed, I would hear footsteps in the trailer at night. He'd check on the kids, and he'd get up to use the bathroom or something. Even after we moved into the new house, I would hear footsteps going from room to room. I knew it wasn't the kids. Each one had a distinct one. I'd get up to check. There he was, going from room to room. I invited him to continue to live with us as long as he wanted. We now have him, plus a few other family members and friends who have passed living with us. I could go on forever about how he was an amazing man and grandpa. His antics haven't stopped either, still keeping me on my toes. This happened years ago when I was about 12 or 13. My cousin would come stay with my family over the summer every year. This particular night, I remember her and I choosing to sleep in my living room while my sister stayed in our shared bedroom. I'd already fallen asleep when all of this happened, so it's all from my family's accounts of the situation. Basically, I was sleeping on one couch and my cousin was up on her iPod on the couch across the living room, when she said she saw a full black figure, like a shadow of a man, come across from the hallway and stand at the foot of the couch I was laying on. Mind you, it was dark in the house with just a couple lights coming from the kitchen and a nightlight in the bathroom. She said it just stood there staring down at me, not moving at all, and she assumed it was my stepdad. And to see what he wanted, she called out his name. And when she said this, my stepdad stepped out of the kitchen, more on the side of where she was laying, and he was like, "Yeah?" And that freaked her out, and she just faced the other way without saying anything or looking back at me. The next morning, my whole family was in the dining room, talking and eating, and she told us what she saw the night before, which freaked me out, knowing it was looking at me sleeping. And my mom started to get really worked up. I guess the same night my mom was laying in her bed and felt someone tapping her feet, and saw the top of her head peeking over the bed. Thinking it was my little sister trying to come lay with her, she called her name and told her to come to bed. When she did this, the figure crawled from the foot of the bed to the side, where my mom laid and just stayed crouched on the floor. When my mom sat up to look over on the floor, there was no one there, which scared her, and we just went to sleep. My little sister said she stayed in the room all night and just slept throughout the night. Everything felt odd in that apartment after that night. I was so scared things were watching me. Sleep after that. I'm pretty sure the ghost of a cat I lost to a range of issues with his innards in 2017 is patrolling my home. A few weeks back, I'm watching TV. The door to the room I was in was propped open to allow my two cats to come and go. The hallway outside is lit up, so I can see the cats come and go. All is quiet. Then I see a cat pass by the door out of the corner of my eye. I thought nothing of it until I realised both of my cats were in the room with me. One curled up on the sofa beside me, and the other on his high perch, both sound asleep. Then, not long after that, I'm in bed, just about dozing off to sleep when I feel the unmistakable footfall of a cat patrolling the foot of the bed, on the mattress, atop my duvet. But both my cats are curled up by my chest, one either side. This is something the deceased can always do. He'd patrol up and down the bed a few times before settling in. A few days later, I'm reading a book in bed with both of my cats cuddled into each other beside me. Suddenly, the younger cat lets out this almighty spit. The kind of spit a cat hisses out when it's defending itself. Not a gentle hiss, but a sharp, guttural spat. As he does this, he bolts. And just last night, I'm sitting at the PC doing a last-minute email before shutting down. I felt something touch my foot. Nothing unusual about that, I thought. Loki, the younger replacement cat, does this all the time. But wait, he's caught up with Deck, the older cat, littermate to the one I lost in 2017. On the spare chair next to me, both sound asleep. I look down, nothing. No creepy crawler either. A few minutes go by, my feet now tucked under my chair. Suddenly, something furry brushes past them ever so slightly. Both cats are still curled up into each other, on the chair. Ghost cat. This happened over 10 years ago. My brother and I were teenagers at the time. So I was in my room at my computer and the internet stopped working. My brother walked in my room and asked me if the internet was working, because he was also in his room on his computer. I said no. The modem was in my parents' room down the hall, so he goes to restart it. I waited for what felt like 10 minutes. I yelled out to ask him if he fixed it. No answer. I got up and went to his room, which was to the right of my bedroom door. I'm standing in his doorway. His desk is against the wall across from the doorway. I see him sitting there, his back to me. I call out his name and ask why he's not answering me. My brother stands up, not looking at me, and walks toward the bed. His dresser was on the wall by the door, so I couldn't see him. I have to lean in the room. The whole time I'm saying his name, like, what the hell? Why isn't he answering me? I look over at his bed. My brother turns around and disappears right in front of me. I'm literally like, what the fuck? So I ran down the hall to my parents' room. He's not there. Super freaked out, I ran out of there and ran down the stairs. He's not down there either. I come back up the stairs and he comes walking out of my parents' room. So I told him what just happened and it scared the shit out of him. He was too freaked out and wanted me to sleep in his room with him. I did, because I was scared too. He had a couch in his room and that's where I slept that night. There were like one outlet in our bedrooms, so he had an extension cord run under the cushions of the couch to the AC in the window and had a blanket on top. So I brought my pillow and blanket in and fell asleep. I wake up in the morning on the bare couch. All the cushions were on the floor on both blankets and my pillow. I'm a super light sleeper. There's absolutely no way that I did that in my sleep. Does anyone have any idea what happened? Like, how would I see my brother, but it wasn't him? I used to visit my family in Mexico every summer, up until it got really bad to travel when I was about 9. One year, me, my nephew and my parents were staying with my grandpa in his house. He lived in a small ranch that was gated and locked at night. One day, as we were settling into sleep, we heard a knock on the side door, which faced the gated courtyard. At this point, it was nearly 3 a.m. and I panicked, because I was sleeping right next to that door with my 1-year-old nephew on an air mattress, and it was late as fuck. My dad assures me it's probably my uncle who lives next door and has a key to the courtyard. As the knocking stops, my dad opens the door and no one's there. He walks into the courtyard and even checks the restroom, which was connected, but the door was on the outside. My dad rolls his eyes and tells us it's probably my cousin playing tricks on us. He closes the door, and 5 minutes later, knock, knock, knock. My dad, with as little patience, opens the door and yells my cousin's name. No one was at the door, and no one responded. He once again walks everywhere, checks every place someone can possibly hide, and checks the restroom. He closed the door, and 5 minutes passed by again. Knock, knock, knock. This time, I was staring at the door, which had foggy yellow glass on it, and I saw a shadow. I told my dad, and he, now actively mad, goes out and walks the courtyard and checks the courtyard locks. everything is locked and no one is outside. This happens a couple more times, and I continuously see the shadow of whoever knocks on the door. Sometimes it would seem like a person, and other times it would be a vague shape. We planned to ignore it, but the knocks got more and more aggressive. To the point my dad stood by the door, hand on the doorknob, waiting for the next knock. We see the shadow, and the knock starts again. Knock, and my dad swings open the door mid-knock. No one's there. My dad stood there dumbstruck. There's no way for whoever was knocking to disappear. There's no way for them to hide that quickly. Then my dad quickly shuts the door. Knock, knock. The knock finishes, and the shadow disappears. At that point, we entirely ignored it, and I was told to go to sleep. The knocking continued from 3 to 4 a.m, and I'd stare at the door as the shadow appeared, knocked aggressively, and would leave. At one point, it seemed like the door would shake by how aggressively it would knock. We told my grandpa, and he shrugged and said, just ignore it. Next time, it eventually stops. We still occasionally laugh about it. It's one of our many ghost stories from Mexico. That one is the most vivid to me because it wasn't temporary. That shit seemed to last like forever. This one is from 16 years ago, back when I was around 7 years old. It was a time my parents left with me at my grandma's house in Mexico for 2 days, as they ran errands for my family. I was napping when I heard the distinct sound of pots and pans being moved around. My grandma's door was right next to the dining room, which was connected to the kitchen. And it wasn't a door exactly, but just curtains, so sound goes through very easily. Also, 2 steps out the door, you're in the dining room, and you can see straight into the kitchen via a large mirror. It sounded like something out of a movie, where people pass by a kitchen in a restaurant, and you hear general busy kitchen sounds. And I heard it very clearly and extremely loudly, as I'm a deep sleeper, and it takes a lot for me to wake up. I didn't think anything of it, but my grandma is old, so naturally I called out for her and asked what she was making. There was no response, so I stood to find my shoes and yell again, and nothing. I pulled back the curtain and walked a few steps out the door into the dining room, and the moment my footsteps entered the dining room, the house went completely quiet. Like a complete, unnatural quiet. Usually, you can hear animals and the river that runs through the town, but it was almost deafening. I look through the mirror, and no one is in the kitchen. I turn, not trusting the mirror, and the kitchen remains empty. I remember being frozen and just standing there. It almost sounded like when your ears don't pop right and everything is muffled. Suddenly, I hear the front door and normal sounds start flooding in. The sound of animals and the river as if it had never stopped. My grandma walks through with groceries, and I ask her where she's been. She'd gone out for 30 minutes prior to get groceries for dinner. I was completely alone in the house. I told her what I heard, and she said I must have interrupted the ghost making food and laughed it off. That happened often in that house, however, I always had a way of explaining it, because there were always other people in the house. But that time, I was completely alone. My grandma unfortunately has dementia now, so she doesn't remember this happening, but it's still something that when I think about how quick the sounds stop, like flipping a switch, it scares the living hell out of me, as I've never experienced anything similar. The same day, me and my grandma retired to bed. I decided I really needed to pee late at night, and I sat up, and suddenly she leaned over and grabbed my hand and in a hushed voice said, "Don't disturb them. It's better if you just go back to sleep." My grandma's house is notoriously haunted in my family. Speak to any member of my family, and they all have a story about that house. There's also rules of that house. No one goes to the bathroom at night, like no one. And if you do, cover your peripherals and run like hell. My grandma is very aware of the activity as well. This happened to me about a year or two ago. I was sleeping at my boyfriend's mom's house with him. For context, his entire family has many stories of this house. Seeing family members when they weren't actually home, hearing maniacal laughter that only goes away after praying aloud, hearing voices calling their names, the list goes on. I had always gotten a sense of dread when I visited this house, although I'd never personally experienced anything to justify it, until this particular night. In the middle of the night, we were both awoken from a dead sleep by a sound that I can only describe as a demonic scream, in combination with a bear roaring that got deafeningly loud and then slowly faded away. As I woke up, I realized I had a pillow over my face in a defensive position. It was a primal reaction to the fear, like I was preparing to be attacked. At the exact same moment, my boyfriend had sat straight up. We both stayed in a stunned silence for a passing second as we processed what the hell we had just heard. He quietly asked me if I heard that. I confirmed that I did and asked him what it was. He didn't know. We had a cat and a dog in the room with us at the time, and neither had reacted to the sound. His mom did have one other dog that was refusing to come into the room all night, but she's a husky, and they're a bit quirky. No other people were home besides us two. To add insult to injury, we checked the clock and it was exactly 3 a.m. I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but it made it even scarier. I've been in car accidents and near car accidents, even survived a tornado. However, I can honestly say I've never been this afraid in my life before. I didn't fall back asleep that entire night, and my heart continued pounding for hours. I'm curious as to what your theories are about this. I think about it a lot, as I feel this is truly the most paranormal experience I've ever had, yet I shared it with my boyfriend. I hear a lot about paranormal experiences being unique to the individual, so it makes me wonder why and how we shared this. My personal theory is that it was an accumulation of negative energy being expressed. I was a freshman in high school. My dad was a pizza delivery man, and I was proud of him because he tried super hard to take care of me, so he worked late sometimes. That's a foreshadow for the future. I remember laying in bed about 11:30 p.m. All of a sudden, I hear a little girl from downstairs. It sounded like a cry that ended in laughter. It lasted for about 3 to 4 seconds. Me not thinking of it, went to go check on Dad, thinking he made that noise. I go up the top of the step and look down at my living room. Pitch black. I looked over and my dad was in his room. I walk in and ask, "Hey, did you hear that?" He says, "I thought that was you." That's how it all began. The next few days it got worse. My dad had severe nightmares. He only told me a few of them, and I'll explain one to you guys. He was held down on his bed. Some dark shape humanoid crawled up to his chest and started screaming. Then many others started screaming around him. He said it got worse after those, but he never wanted to speak about them. For a while, I was super hesitant on believing anything was happening. I assumed there was a scientific reason to why things started happening and what we heard. But then, the footsteps above the attic that followed us started going on. Every day. Everywhere we went. Footsteps above us were happening. Even worse, dead bugs were everywhere. I mean, thousands of flies were out at our windows, and we were infested. It was unreal how much there was. But after all of this, I was still not 100% believing. I knew things were going on, but truth be told, I was starting to believe my dad, but I was just too scared to think it was true. Then came the scary part. I was sleeping next to my dad because he had a really bad nightmare, and objects were being thrown at us. Heavy objects. Cans of food in particular. Our house was shaped to where our living room was open to our kitchen, and I was on the couch while Dad was on the floor mattress that he laid out next to me. A literal can of vegetables was thrown at me, woke my dad and I up. Then I watched more cans thrown at us. I didn't believe what I was seeing. That was the first time I ever saw Dad start to cry. He prayed out loud for it to stop, pleading to Jesus to end this madness. It calmed down, but we couldn't sleep all night. We were tempted to go sleep in the car, but it was freezing, and decided to take shifts in sleeping. The next day, he went to work and I came home from school. I lived about a 5-minute walk away. I sat down and felt very weird. Almost drained is the best way I could describe it. It felt weird for a while, and when it started getting dark around 6:30 or 7, I knew something was up. And I had YouTube on my Xbox, so I played really loud Christian music. I'm going to try to explain what happens next, but I doubt it will give you guys a good grasp of what happened. Everything went pure silent. I thought I muted the TV by accident, but then I realized I couldn't hear anything. I even tried thumping the couch a few times, and nothing. Then, in the corner of my eye, I saw it. A flash of light, but colourful. Heat, but noticeable. It was like it wasn't real, or a part of this world. I felt pain, but not physically yet. But the mental pain was so bad it was almost physical. I remember it was right next to me on my right side. I felt it, I guess, touch me or something, because it was like extreme heat or something was on my arm. I felt something touch my arm, and it didn't feel good, and that was the final straw. I was so drained, so tired, I could barely move. I was so scared and felt hopeless. I picked up my phone and called Dad. He said, "Hey." I said, "Dad, help," in a low voice because I was in shock. He said, "I'm on my way right now." He comes in a few minutes later and picks me up and takes me outside. I tell him what happens and he takes me to my mom's. They were divorced and didn't like each other. I sleep all day from pure exhaustion. The next day, we went to a specialist. My dad knows this guy because he goes to our church. He's really talented, and he's had people come to him for help with situations like we were in. We'd walk in his office, and he tells us immediately to sit down. He tells us God told him what's going on, and that we need to get out of the house and take our cat and dog out right now. Our cat and dog were shaking and shivering the entire time all of this was happening. Constantly, they would stare at random things in the corner of rooms, and both eyes would race around the room at the same time. It was funny to me, when I didn't believe it. But once I knew what was going on, it was frightening. We got the pets out, got some clothes, and went to a hotel. Our pets went to my mom's, which she didn't believe anything we were saying, and she accused my dad of being on drugs. But I told her what happened, and she started believing me. The specialist and 3 others went into our house, and a few days later told us to come in with them. They said it was multiple demons, and that it will be tough to get them out. We followed them as they were praying. They also said to make it look like they were just as guests, because they're smart, and if they know we're trying to get them out, they'll prevent it. So we made food, turned on to the TV, talked about sports and such. They started cleaning the house. We took out a lot of random things for very specific reasons that I forget. We cleaned a little too, because our house was a little dirty. Not bad, but they wanted it clean. Then they went into my room. The specialist opened my closet and automatically looked up and saw the secondary attic door. We have a big door that leads to it and a small ladder in my room. He opens it and I'm right next to him. I promise on my life, seeing the pure darkness looking back at me was so intense. It felt like something was staring right at me. It felt like they were staring right at me. 2 guys go up there and come down a few minutes later. They said, "Yeah, they're up there." My first question was, why were they there? The specialist says, they're here because God has big plans for you and your dad. They're here to try to prevent it. It felt relieving hearing that, but I was still scared. We all got in a circle and began praying. Then they began retaliating. My stepmom was with us at the time, but she was like me for a long time. Didn't believe much of it until things happened to her. She had a place of her own, so she didn't stay the day that it all started. She usually stayed 2 or 3 times a week. Well, as we were praying, my dad said something so weird and negative and my stepmom was upset with him, and they started really yelling at each other. Eventually, spit was flying everywhere. We had to make them go outside because the specialist knew what was going on. We started praying a lot and other things, and I asked a ton of questions to why he was using these things. For example, holy water and how it works. And he brought up good verses in the Bible showing why. He was a great guy. After a lot of praying, things started to die down. It took weeks to get things back to normal. My brother died a little over 2 years ago. I remember it vividly and at the same time forget everything. I hate hospitals, bright lights, and beeping noises now. I can't stand them. My brother was a long-time addict and was in jail often. Last time he was in jail, he came home and started to go through drug withdrawal, so things became a struggle for him. He wasn't using for a while, but then for some reason, I knew he started using again, but never told my mother because I didn't want to be a snitch. I assume he used a used needle that got him sick and his body rapidly grew weaker. The first hospital we went to was horrible to him. Then they moved him and then moved him again to different hospitals. He'd gotten a bacterial infection that spread to his heart and they couldn't do anything about it. I was there the day he was supposed to get surgery, but his body was too weak and we had to let him go. I was there in the room with my sister and mother. I held my brother's hand as they unplugged the machine and he passed away peacefully. After that, I wrote a letter to him and put it under his urn, and I talked to him through candles. There hasn't been any strong activity with him, so I guessed he was gone. I've only recently been accepting his death, but something odd happened a few nights ago. It was a dream, or nightmare. I'm not sure, but it was off-putting. I only remember the small part. I was walking into a grey room and saw my brother vividly, and I was so excited to see him alive again, and we talked for a while. Something weird started happening to him though. He started to have a mental breakdown and was crying and screaming. He curled up into a ball and I couldn't do anything. I just watched. It's been eating away at me, and I told my mom and she said the psychic she went to said spirits can visit us in our dreams. I'm not sure why my brother would do something like that though. Sure, to show me how hard it is to go through withdrawal, but why that way? It happened to a mother. We'll call her Maria, along with her family. They lived in rural Mexico, and everything was far away. So when they had to go and shop for groceries or supplies, it'd take them 2 days. Maria during the time was with her aunt, and she was 13. Maria's family had a farm containing 20 goats and sheep. They had 6 German Shepherd dogs, who Maria grew up with. The house is a very old one, with wall panels full with gaps and wooden circle holes. So when it's so cold, the house is also cold, and the same thing goes for hot. Maria, her aunt and her aunt's baby were minding their business during the night. Maria suddenly recognized the 6 German Shepherds all sat up staring at Maria. Horrified and shaken, Maria felt something was wrong. They couldn't be bad, since Maria knew them since they were puppies. The aunt agreed something was definitely wrong. They decided to hide for a bit just to be safe. The house had a storage attic that you can also see through the floor panels. They went up to hide. Maria decided to look through the floor panels, seeing the dogs had laid down in the same position, on their arms calmly, looking at one part of a wall. What Maria saw traumatized her for the rest of her life. She saw what seemed to be a human finger with a fingernail, but it wasn't human. The finger becomes longer and longer as it slides through one of the wall holes. It reached half of the room, pointing across the room from one side to the other. The dogs' heads were right below the finger. What felt like hours, Maria couldn't look away, until the baby suddenly got hungry and decided to cry. The finger quickly slid out of the hole. Maria and her aunt were beyond horrified, and they stayed at where they were till the next morning. Maria opened the door. She couldn't believe it. The goats and sheep were all gutted, violently killed, twisted necks with intestines out everywhere. The parents arrived later on during the night. Maria knew when her parents were home when she saw the car lights approaching from a far, dirty road. Maria explained everything that happened and what she saw. Her parents were relieved Maria was all healthy and all right. They later on grew their farm again, and they never saw this creature again. I picked up smoking in college to deal with stress. The ritual of it helped me to unwind and go outside, and I loved the nicotine buzz. I know it was stupid, and I knew it back then too. In retrospect, I think I was going through a somewhat self-destructive streak at the time, but I justified my behaviour to myself in all kinds of ways. Mainly, I'll trade a few days of my life for improved mental health. From this point forward, my story is pretty simple. Once I got to a pack a day, took me 2 or 3 months, my body was not happy about it. I had dreams which almost seemed like a direct communication from my subconscious mind, telling me to knock it off. I'd see the inside of my lungs and watch them fill up with sawdust. I could see cells bursting and corrupting. I watched black dust, tar, and other crap working its way into the microscopic pits and valleys of my internal organs. In general, I was burdened by a terrible, unwholesome feeling that followed me into the daytime. But if that was my body imploring me to stop, I didn't listen. Either it figured out a smarter strategy, or something higher stepped in to help. One day, I had a dream of a completely different nature. I wish I could recount all the details, but most of the memory has faded. I do know that right up until the end, it was a fairly normal dream, until I was suddenly confronted by a dream catcher, who felt a little different than the others. He'd been off in my peripheral vision until he'd turned to look me directly in the eyes and said something. Boy, do I wish I could remember what he said, but it sounded like pure gibberish at the time. After that, I immediately woke up, and that gibberish was still fresh on my mind. I didn't think it was a real language, but it seemed to have some meaning to it. So just in case, and while I was still groggy, I picked up my phone and typed those words into Google Translate. Best way I could think to spell them. Translation, don't smoke. Well, that woke me right up, and it spooked me a little too. I've studied 2 languages in my life, Japanese and Spanish. This was neither, and I don't remember how Google identifies it. Arabic, Polynesian or something. Personally, I don't think it was a real language at all. Google will translate nonsense into seemingly meaningful statements, and it just so happens that my dream character knew the precise gibberish I needed for a kick in the butt. It worked. I stopped smoking, and I'm never starting back. I'm only 15, and haven't had any really scary things happen to me. So I asked my dad for some of his scary stories to share. Dad had quite a few, but several happened in one area he lived in as a child. When I asked him everything that happened there, he had quite a few things to tell me. He also talked to my uncle and my grandparents to get what they remembered about the place too. What you're about to hear is everything that my dad, uncle, and grandparents remember about the few years they spent there. My grandfather joined the Navy when my dad was born. After going from Tennessee to Florida to Rhode Island, they were transferred to Maine in the late 1970s. My grandfather was in a special aerial quick response squadron that took its orders from the Joint Chief of Staff and operated out of Naval Air Station in Brunswick, Maine, NASB. They were formed during the Cold War, and a scrapbook my grandfather has is full of pictures of close encounters with Russian subs, battleships, and bombers. My family lived on base housing in Brunswick, which was pretty cramped, so my grandparents decided to purchase a home. My grandparents bought a house in Lisbon Falls, which was about a 25-minute drive from NASB. Lisbon Falls is a small town, and my grandparents bought a home in an area known as Lisbon Centre, which was, as you might have guessed, in the centre of Lisbon Falls. This was 1980, and my dad was about 9 when they moved there. You probably haven't heard of Lisbon Falls. When my family was there, they had maybe 2 or 3 traffic lights in the whole town. My dad's graduating high school class only had 100 kids in it. The nearest McDonald's or fast food place was a 20-minute drive away, and the nearest mall was a 30-minute drive. They had 2 small grocery stores, one of which was heated by a wood stove in the winter. Some kids drove snowmobiles to school when there's snow on the ground. The only claim to fame that Lisbon Falls had, besides being home to Moxie Festival — Moxie is a pretty nasty tasting soda, in case you didn't know, every year — was that Stephen King went to high school here. When my dad got to high school, his English teacher was also a teacher of Stephen King's, and my dad's social studies teacher was the basis for a character in King's book Stand By Me. The restaurant my dad and uncle worked at was visited by a movie production crew. They took pictures and video of it to use as a model for the restaurant they made for the Stephen King movie The Graveyard Shift. Aside from Moxie and King, there was really nothing remarkable about the small main town. The house my grandparents bought was on a dead-end street. On one side of the street, there was their house and the neighbours. Across the street was a big paper mill, and at the end of the street was a river, just 2 houses and a paper mill. The paper mill has since been torn down. All that remains are a few portions of the wall, and that's mostly seen via Google Earth. But when my dad lived there, it was a fully functioning paper mill. Behind the paper mill, down a creepy dirt road, was an abandoned chicken farm, which had been torn down as well. My dad and uncle only ever got within a couple 100 feet of it, not daring to go any closer. As they became teens, with them and their friends looking for places away from the prying eyes of parents and police to sneak a cigarette or a beer, they never once thought about going down that creepy dirt road to the chicken farm. After growing up, they don't ever recall anyone they knew who wanted to talk about it, let alone ever go there. It was a place no one mentioned, ever, despite being the perfect hideaway to do the things you didn't want your parents to see. Everyone avoided it. My dad said he believed this part of Lisbon Centre was cursed. My dad was in the driveway early one evening. A silver car stopped in front of the house. A man with black hair was staring at him with an angry look on his face. My dad said that in his entire life, he's only experienced intense hatred once, and it was from that man's eyes as he stared at him. My dad was frozen. The man stared for a couple of minutes before opening his car door. The man got out, never taking his eyes off of my dad. The man got to the trunk of his car when my grandmother stuck her head out of the side door to call my dad in for dinner. The stranger jumped back in his car and sped away, in reverse up the street. When my dad got to high school, he swore one of his teachers looked identical to the man in the car years earlier. I think it might have been. One day, my dad and uncle were playing in the yard. My grandmother came running around from the front of the house, screaming for my dad and uncle to get in the car. My grandmother flew out of the driveway and away from the house. Later that day, my dad and uncle asked why they left. My grandmother was working in the front yard when a man stopped at the end of the street and started yelling. A woman came out of the mill. The man went to his car, grabbed a gun, and shot her. After my family sped away, the man shot the woman's supervisor and then himself. A bridge ran alongside the western edge of the mill. A boy drowned there while trying to swim. The side of my family's house had a window over the kitchen sink that faced the driveway. My grandmother would occasionally see a figure standing outside in the driveway, but not of a person, just a shadowy outline of a person. All of my family members would see shadow figures in the house, shadows of people. They'd be seen on the walls just standing still or quickly moving between rooms. My dad would hear people talking when there was no one else in the house. He'd hear muffled conversations like people were talking in a different room, but no one would ever be there when he'd go to check it out. But he'd still hear the talking even when going between rooms.
the most active place, was upstairs. The upstairs of the house had 2 bedrooms, my dad's and my uncle's. When you hit the top of the stairs, to the right was my uncle's room, straight ahead was my dad's room, and to the left was a weird storage space. There was no door in the storage space. It wasn't big, maybe the size of a small bathroom, but it had sloped ceilings, so you couldn't even stand up straight in it. To store or move anything in that space, you had to do so on your knees. My uncle's bed was by his door. He'd see people going in and out of that storage space all night. They were always quiet. They'd crawl out, stand up, and leave. Then when going back in, they'd kneel and crawl into it out of view. My dad's bed was at the far end of his room. He'd constantly hear footsteps staring at his bedroom door and walking towards his bed. This happened so much that my dad would start sleeping with pillows stacked on his chest in case someone ever appeared and tried to hurt him. The only neighbours on the street were 2 old men that lived next door. My grandfather happened to be talking to one of them one day and mentioned some of the things that had been happening. The old man told him that something horrible happened in the upstairs of my family's house. Something absolutely horrible, and the old man was positive that my family's home was haunted. The old man refused to say what happened, just that it was very bad. My family said that the neighbour, whom my dad and uncle called Old Man Harry, died not long after that, so they were never able to tell him what happened. My family only stayed there a few years in total before moving to a different area of Lisbon Falls. My dad did tell me that even after he got his driver's license in high school, that he never went down that dead-end street again. I'll start off by saying I was studying abroad in England back in the fall of 2017, and my friends and I went to Edinburgh for a weekend trip, just to explore and sightsee. One of my friends looked online and we found out that 1, Edinburgh was very haunted, and 2, they had ghost tours. So we picked one that was the cheapest. We were on a college budget. It started off pretty chill. The tour was super nice and friendly. Walked around above ground, saw where the longest hanging took place in Edinburgh and other haunted places. But then we learned there were catacombs or vaults in certain places, and the tour would take us into one. I never knew Edinburgh had catacombs, so I was shook, but excited. I can't remember the exact place where we went to, but we climbed down the steps and into a giant, almost cavern-looking place. It was very dark with some lanterns, creepy as hell environment, and our tour guide explained how people have seen different ghosts, and how most are friendly, but one is extremely mean and terrible. She said people have actually screamed and ran out of there. None of that happened to me or friends on this tour, but the entire time we were down there, I remember the back of my neck got really cold, like winter level of cold. And when we went out, the parts where people saw the particular mean spirit or spectre, I felt like I needed to get out, like very bad vibes. I didn't though, and just stayed in the middle of the group and took deep breaths. And eventually, we left and I felt better. When we got out, we talked about the experience, and one of my friends, Nick, who was on the far edge of the group against the wall, felt worse than me. He felt his entire body get cold and started shivering. He said at one point he felt someone grab his hand in the room where people saw the evil spectre and thought he heard whispering. We were the only 2 to actually get affected during the ghost tour among our friends.